Tonight, we are going to wander straight into a medieval hall. Picture one of those cavernous places where the rafters are blackened by centuries of smoke, and the only real source of warmth, light, and food comes from a great open fire. You can almost feel your eyes sting already as the air thickens with the wood smoke curling upward, stinging your nose and clinging to your hair. You probably wouldn't survive this in the long run, as lungs just aren't meant to deal with indoor campfires every single day. But for the medieval household, this smoky hearth was life itself. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, dim the lights and let's begin. The fire is not just where the cooking happens. It is the very beating heart of the house. You crouch near it because your toes are cold, and you quickly realize the fire is working overtime, drying wet clothes and heating water for ale. It's even keeping evil spirits at bay, at least in people's minds. The crackling logs burn unevenly, throwing out sparks that leap and then die on the hard-packed earth. A heavy iron pot dangles on a chain, hissing with a stew that smells vaguely of onions, barley, and maybe a scrap of pork if this happens to be a lucky day. You lean back and just take in your surroundings. The hearth sits right in the middle of the hall, not tucked neatly against a wall with a chimney like you might expect. No, it's right in the open center, so absolutely everyone can share in the heat. The roof above is high and dark, with a hole or a vent cut into the thatch or tiles. Smoke is supposed to rise and slip out of that opening, but most of it just drifts sideways, filling the hall with a permanent gray haze. Historians still argue about whether medieval folks actually got used to breathing this, or if they simply endured it, because what other choice did they really have? Imagine trying to cook dinner every single night with watery eyes, coughing from the soot, yet still smiling because at least you have a fire. One mainstream fact is that these fires were absolutely essential for both cooking and lighting, especially since candles and lamps were expensive luxuries for most people. But there's also a quirky little tidbit for you. Some houses had what we might call smoke rooms up in the rafters, where hams and sausages were deliberately hung to cure slowly in the haze. So while your lungs might be protesting, your dinner was quietly improving right above your head. The smell of smoke wasn't just unavoidable, it was literally a seasoning. The whole cooking process is incredibly rustic. You add ingredients one by one into the pot, not worrying much about any exact measurements. A handful of barley goes in, then a turnip, then a splash of ale. This is cooking purely by instinct. Wooden spoons, blackened by the fire, stir the bubbling mess. Sound: the soft pops of boiling liquid, the groan of wood as logs shift, the faint creak of the chain holding the pot, becomes a kind of lullaby of survival. You realize you are watching the ancestor of every modern kitchen gadget, stripped all the way back to its most primal form. If you were to step outside for just a moment, you'd notice the smell clinging stubbornly to your clothing. Villagers often carried that smoky perfume with them everywhere they went, like an accidental badge of their domestic life. You have to wonder if visitors back then thought one another smelled of home, or if it was simply the smell of burnt wood. A modern person might wrinkle their nose at it, but perhaps a medieval sweetheart would have found it comforting. Cooking over an open fire also meant you had to be constantly vigilant. Embers had to be banked very carefully overnight so they wouldn't die out, because relighting a fire from scratch was a real pain. There were no matches, no lighters, only flint and a whole lot of stubbornness. So families tended to guard those glowing coals as though they were a priceless treasure. If a neighbor's hearth went out, borrowing some fire from next door wasn't just being neighborly. It was a matter of survival. And the meals themselves, they were modest, especially for ordinary people. Think of thick pottages, which were grain-based stews, always simmering, sometimes for days on end, with whatever leftovers could be tossed in. Meat was a rare sight for peasants, though a few bones might be used to flavor the broth. Bread might accompany the dish if you had any flour, but it was often rye or barley bread, dense and dark, rather than the fluffy white loaves that were reserved for the wealthy. Eating meant tearing off a hunk of this heavy bread, dunking it straight into the communal pot, and just hopping the piece softened enough for you to chew. Picture the children sitting nearby, warming their little hands, waiting patiently for supper. They aren't staring at a phone or a screen, but at the firelight as it dances on the wall. The hall gradually fills with the chatter of daily life, the crackle of the flames and the ever-present smell of wood smoke and food mingling together. And yes, your hair is definitely going to smell like a campfire tomorrow, but in this world, absolutely no one minds. What's so striking is how much this hearth did beyond just cooking. It was a marker of status. A large fire meant you had plenty of wood to spare, and that meant you could host neighbors or even traveling strangers. It was also a kind of storytelling space. Around the fire, gossip spread like wildfire, songs were sung, and ancient legends were told. The fire was warmth, cooking, and community all rolled into one powerful symbol. It's so easy to forget that a kitchen wasn't a separate room back then. It was life, happening right in the center of the home. You can hear the soft sigh of the pot as it bubbles. You can smell the tang of onions softened in fat and sense that medieval people didn't just cook here, they survived here. As sparks rise toward the high beams, you glance upward and see shadows shifting, flickering, and suddenly the whole hall feels alive. The fire paints your world in shades of orange and black, and the medieval cook's world was really no different. It's a strange thing to realize how modern kitchens, with all their clean counters and white tiles, are the sterile descendants of this smoky, chaotic heart. Yet the comfort of food simmering, the simple togetherness of sharing a meal, that feeling remains exactly the same. From here, our story will wander further into the smoky homes of the past, where not even the invention of chimneys could quite tame the fire. You're still blinking against the sting of the smoke, but tonight you shift your gaze upward, trying to figure out how medieval people could have even tolerated such conditions. Cooking without chimneys. This is the next challenge you have to face, and it's certainly not a small one. You rub your eyes, cough into your sleeve, and wonder how anyone could stand to eat in the very same room where the ceiling dripped with soot, and the air felt as heavy as a thick fog. The houses you now wander into are modest, built of timber and wattle and daub, with thatched roofs and tiny windows that barely let in any light. There is no graceful brick chimney pulling the smoke away, no clever system designed to keep the air clean. Instead, the hearth sits open right in the middle of the floor, its fire glowing bravely while the smoke is supposed to drift upward toward a hole cut into the thatch. Sometimes it actually escapes, but sometimes it doesn't. On bad days, the smoke just lingers like an uninvited guest, forcing you to crouch low, staying close to the ground where the air is a little bit clearer. One mainstream fact is that chimneys were quite rare in early medieval homes and only became more common as we moved toward the later Middle Ages, especially in wealthier households. But in most peasant cottages, the smoke vented very poorly, staining everything that it touched: the rafters, the walls, and even your lungs. Scholars still debate whether these smoky interiors led to chronic health problems, or if people simply acclimatized to it, their bodies adapting in ways that modern medicine doesn't quite understand. As you squint your way through the haze, you start to notice the quirky solutions that people tried. Some families hung woven mats or simple wooden hoods above the fire to help guide the smoke toward the roof hole, though these contraptions often ended up catching fire themselves. Others would lean planks at different angles to try and coax the smoke, making the room look more like a makeshift construction site than a cozy home. And then there were the clever peasants who built small smoke lofts just under the roof, improvised little chambers where not only meat was smoked, but sometimes family members actually slept, since insects tended to avoid the suffocating haze. Imagine trying to explain to a guest that the attic isn't just for storage, but it also doubles as a mosquito-free bedroom. You can feel the texture of soot under your fingertips when you brush against a rafter. It's sticky, almost oily, and impossible to wash out completely. Clothes begin to smell permanently of smoke. Your hair carries the scent with it. Even the bread that's baked on the hearth tastes faintly of char. You shift uncomfortably, realizing that no matter how hard you try, there's just no escaping it. Yet people thought of it in a different way. Smoke was a part of life, a seasoning, a disinfectant, and even a kind of guardian. Some people believed that it chased away evil spirits, and if your house smelled like smoke, you were safe. Children scamper all around the fire, their eyes watering just as much as yours are, and yet they don't complain. For them, this is simply the atmosphere of home. The faint crackle of the wood is their lullaby. The smoky haze is their nightlight. You feel your own shoulders start to droop, imagining how exhausting it must have been for mothers to stir pots in this environment, coughing gently, but never pausing because the meals needed to be prepared no matter what. When you peek into some of the wealthier houses, the story begins to shift a little. Here, rudimentary chimneys start to appear, massive stone shafts that pull the smoke away more effectively, though still imperfectly. These are early innovations, expensive and reserved for manors or castles. For most villagers, the very idea of a chimney feels like a kind of magic, as unattainable as owning a golden goblet. You sit quietly and let the irony of it all sink in. The very thing you take for granted in your own home, the simple luxury of breathing clean air while you cook, was once a clear mark of social rank. Another small oddity strikes you. Because of all the smoke, the walls inside homes turned black, becoming what we'd now call a patina. Some scholars say this might have acted like a primitive form of insulation, sealing up the tiny cracks in the walls. Others suggest it simply made the house look gloomier, darker, and more oppressive. You wonder if families felt embarrassed or maybe proud of their blackened beams. Was it a mark of age, of survival, of a home that had stood strong through harsh winters and wars? Or was it just an annoyance that they tolerated because, well, what else could they do? You kneel again near the hearth. The pot swings gently, bubbling with pottage while shadows waver on the wall. Your eyes are sore and your throat feels raw, but you understand now that cooking wasn't just a task. It was an act of endurance. You had to fight the elements right inside your own home. You had to fight the smoke with patience and with routine. To the medieval mind, this wasn't torture. It was simply living. You close your eyes and imagine the nights when storms raged outside. Rain leaks through the thatch, hissing as it hits the hot fire. The smoke thickens. You cough harder, but you hold on to the embers as though they were gold. The fire flickers, the food cooks slowly, and the smell of barley and onion fights its way through the haze to remind you why you endure it all. Even in the smoke, comfort waits for you in the bowl. The truth settles in like a layer of ash on your skin. Cooking without chimneys wasn't a flaw of design. It was the only design most people could afford. A smoky room wasn't a failure. It was home. You rub your eyes one last time and the haze fades into the rhythm of normality. The story continues and the fire burns on. You blink through the smoke again, and your attention drifts downward toward the tools clattering beside the fire. Cooking in a medieval home didn't rely on polished countertops or whirring blenders, but on a small arsenal of stone, clay, and iron objects that look simple yet feel almost alive in your hands. You reach out and your fingers brush against the cool surface of a clay pot, rough and uneven, shaped by hand on a wheel, or sometimes just pressed together without one. Its surface is darkened where the flames have licked it, a map of past meals etched forever into its pores. One mainstream fact is that iron gradually began to replace pottery in many households, though clay pots were still incredibly common, especially among the peasants. Iron was more durable, heavier, and much better at handling the extremes of open flames. But clay had the advantage of being cheap, easily replaced, and surprisingly good at slow, steady cooking. Historians still argue about whether clay pots actually changed the flavor of food, whether the porous material absorbed and then released taste notes like a kind of primitive seasoning. Imagine your stew subtly flavored by the ghost of yesterday's onion soup. You lift an iron cauldron next, its legs stubby and its belly wide, designed to sit among the glowing embers rather than directly on a rack. It feels like the heart of the kitchen, big enough to feed an entire family and sometimes an entire work crew. Inside it, barley thickens, beans soften, and small chunks of bacon add just enough richness to turn bland survival food into something worth waiting for. The cauldron is heavy, blackened with soot, and it carries the smell of 100 different meals. You wonder how many generations of people have leaned over it, stirring with wooden paddles that have been worn smooth at the edges. A quirky tidbit is that not all medieval cookware was purely functional. Archaeologists have actually uncovered cauldrons and pans that were decorated with faces, animals, or geometric patterns, tiny flourishes that made even the humblest meal feel a little ceremonial. It's as though the pot itself was part of the storytelling, staring back at you while you stirred, reminding you that food and ritual were never very far apart. Your gaze shifts over to the frying pans, long-handled iron tools with shallow bowls designed to hold flatbreads, pancakes, or a quick fry of eggs if you could afford them. These pans had handles so long that they could be held from a much safer distance, a clear reminder that fire wasn't something that was tamed but wrestled with. The hiss of fat hitting the pan fills the hall with a satisfying crackle, and suddenly you realize that medieval ears, too, delighted in the music of cooking. Stone mortars and pestles sit nearby, absolutely essential for grinding herbs, mustard seeds, and nuts. The rhythm of the grinding echoes through the hall, a steady thud that feels almost hypnotic. Salt crystals shatter under the pestle. Spices release their perfume into the air. Garlic is pounded into a paste. It's slow, deliberate work, but it's also strangely calming. You can picture someone sitting by the fire, rhythmically pounding, maybe humming to themselves, preparing the flavors that would transform a bubbling pot into something truly memorable. Wooden ladles and spoons are everywhere, their surfaces dark with burn marks and oil. A spoon isn't just a utensil here. It's a lifeline, the connection between the pot and the people. Families might share a single ladle, dipping directly into the cauldron, tasting and testing as they go. It isn't the sanitized world of separate plates and forks that you know. It's communal, intimate, and sometimes pretty messy. And if a spoon happens to break, you simply carve another one from a nearby piece of wood. Tools were expendable, yet at the same time deeply personal. In the corner, you spot a few clay jugs and pitchers, their mouths wide, sometimes covered with a piece of wax or cloth. These held ale, milk, or broth. Each one is slightly different, like siblings in the same family. Their curves feel organic and earthy, like you're holding a piece of the ground itself. And of course, there were knives. Every household had them, not just for food, but as all-purpose survival tools. Some were broad, others were narrow, and some could double as daggers if needed. Cutting meat, chopping herbs, carving bread, all of it required a sturdy blade. And though you might imagine great iron cleavers, many kitchens relied on smaller knives, sharpened frequently and cared for like trusted companions. You glance around and see that none of these tools are organized neatly in drawers. They're scattered about, leaning against the hearth, lying on benches or hung from the beams. The medieval cook didn't separate their kitchen space from their living space. The tools were just part of life's clutter, resting right beside spinning wheels, stools, and boots that were drying by the fire. What lingers in your mind is the intimacy of all these objects. Each pot, pan, or spoon carries the scars of its use, scratches, burns, chips, repairs. You sense that families rarely threw things away unless they were truly broken beyond repair. A cracked pot might be patched up with metal staples. A dented pan could be hammered back into shape. Even in their imperfections, these tools just kept on working, teaching you that utility mattered far more than appearances. Close your eyes for a moment and just imagine the symphony. The clang of iron against stone, the soft scrape of wood on clay, the bubbling of the stew, the steady thud of a pestle, and the occasional hiss of fat leaping out of a pan. This was the orchestra of daily survival. It lacked precision, but it certainly didn't lack rhythm. It lacked polish, but it didn't lack heart. And in the smoke-filled hall, with blackened rafters overhead and tools strewn all around, you recognize a simple truth. Modern kitchens might gleam with stainless steel, but the medieval cook had everything that was essential: fire, pots, knives, and spoons. There were no timers, no gadgets, no electricity, just patience, muscle, and a handful of objects that carried centuries of meals within their very walls. You wander away from the smoky hall and follow the faint sound of voices coming from outside. The path leads you toward a low building at the edge of the village. It isn't a home, and it isn't a barn either. This is the communal bakehouse, and you can already smell the yeasty sweetness wafting into the air long before you even see the oven itself. Imagine a great domed structure, made of brick or clay, glowing with the heat of an earlier fire, its walls so hot that they radiate warmth just like the sun. This is where bread, the very backbone of medieval diets, is truly born. One mainstream fact is that many villages in medieval Europe shared these bakehouses, rather than having private ovens in each and every home. Wood was costly, ovens took real skill to build, and the danger of fire was always present, so it just made sense to centralize the work. Families would knead their dough in their own cottages, then carry the loaves wrapped in cloth or nestled in baskets down to the bakehouse. Each loaf was carefully marked with a distinctive slash or symbol. That way, when dozens of loaves came tumbling out of the oven, no one would mix up their dinner with their neighbors. The scene you stumble upon is a lively one. Villagers are lined up with their dough, children tugging at skirts, and dogs sniffing curiously at the baskets. The bake housekeeper, sometimes a woman, sometimes a man, keeps watch like a conductor over an orchestra, sliding the loaves in with a long wooden peel. Sparks leap as the bread meets the glowing hot surface. You hear the hiss, you can smell the crust forming, and suddenly you realize you are standing in a chorus of appetites, with everyone waiting for the exact same miracle, golden bread. And yet, there's a quirky tidbit here. Not all communal ovens were free to use. In many towns, lords or abbeys owned them and would charge the villagers a fee to use them, sometimes in coin, and sometimes in a portion of the loaf itself. Imagine kneading bread for your family, only to watch a chunk of it vanish into someone else's hands before you even get a single bite. The oven was as much about control and economy as it was about food. Scholars still discuss whether this system actually helped communities bond or if it created tension. On one hand, the bakehouse was a hub of gossip, a place to share news while you were waiting for your loaves to bake. On the other hand, resentments surely bubbled up when the fees were high, or when the oven master favored one family's bread over another's. You have to wonder how many rumors about neighbors were born right here, whispered between yawns, as smoke drifted lazily from the chimney. You kneel down beside a basket and peek under the cloth. The dough is rustic, heavy with rye or barley, much darker than the fluffy loaves you know. White bread made from fine wheat flour was rare and expensive, reserved mostly for the nobility and for monasteries. For peasants, bread was dense, chewy, and sometimes gritty with bits of husk or even sand from the rough milling process. If you were to bite into it, you'd taste not just the grain, but also the grindstone itself. Yet this bread was life. It was filling, dependable, and far more sustaining than thin stews alone. The process itself feels almost ceremonial. Once the oven is blazing hot, the fire is scraped out, leaving embers glowing on the ground. The floor of the oven is swept clean with a damp mop made of rags or even leafy branches. Then the dough slides in, the heavy door is shut, and time itself seems to slow down. Families wait outside, leaning on their baskets, trading stories. You can hear laughter, groans about taxes, talk of the weather, of who owes whom a debt. This isn't just baking, it's community theater. When the loaves finally emerge, the smell is absolutely heavenly. The crusts crackle, releasing a steamy sweetness into the air. Children cheer, adults smile, and suddenly the whole village feels lifted by something as simple as bread. You imagine tearing off a piece while it's still too hot to handle, burning your fingers but not caring in the slightest, because this is a warmth that you can eat. A final odd note is that stale bread was never wasted. In fact, it had a whole second life. Thick slabs of yesterday's loaf became trenchers, which were edible plates that soaked up all the stew and grease before being eaten or tossed to the dogs. Bread wasn't just food. It was also furniture, tableware, and a sponge. No wonder medieval people revered it so much. As you step back from the bakehouse, the smell lingers, clinging to your clothes, sweeter than smoke, yet just as permanent. You realize the oven wasn't only a machine for making bread. It was a machine for community, keeping the rhythm of village life steady as each week rolled on. And as the crowd drifts homeward, carrying their precious loaves, you follow them, already hungry for the next story. You return to the manor hall, this time drawn not to the hearth itself, but to the curious contraption that's turning slowly before the fire. It's a spit, long and made of iron, and skewered upon it is a haunch of meat glistening with fat. The slow rotation ensures that it cooks evenly, with juices dripping and hissing into the pan below. Your mouth waters at the scent, but then you notice something even stranger. The spit isn't turning on its own. Someone or something is powering it. One mainstream fact is that roasting meat on a spit was one of the most prestigious methods of cooking in medieval times, especially for nobles. It was costly in terms of both fuel and meat, and it required constant attention, making it more of a display of wealth than an everyday reality. But the spit wasn't magical. It demanded labor, and that labor often fell on the shoulders of the lowest person in the household hierarchy. Your eyes settle on a tired-looking boy crouched near the fire. He grips the handle and turns the spit slowly, again and again, for hours on end. His cheeks are flushed from the intense heat. His eyes are glazed with boredom, but he doesn't dare stop. If he slows down, the Lord's dinner might burn. These children were often called turnpit boys, and their lives were monotonous, filled with the endless circles of turning a handle. It's a sobering sight, realizing that the grandeur of a feast rested on the complete exhaustion of a child. Historians still argue about whether these boys were truly bonded servants, apprentices, or simply expendable children from poor families, hired for a pittance, and then discarded when they grew too tall to crouch by the fire. Yet, here comes the quirky tidbit. Not all spits were turned by humans. In some households, especially later on, small dogs were bred specifically for this task. These turnspit dogs would run inside wooden treadmills or wheels that were mounted near the hearth, their tiny paws propelling the spit forward like little furry engines. The sight must have been both comical and sad, with panting animals powering the roasts while noble guests laughed and drank nearby. Some accounts even say the dogs were swapped out like cogs in a machine, one replaced by another when it grew too tired. Just imagine the barking chorus echoing through a smoky kitchen. The spit itself was an engineering marvel for its day. Long iron rods, sometimes fitted with hooks, could hold entire animal carcasses. Large feasts might have multiple spits lined up, each one turning a boar, a goose, or rows of smaller fowl. The fat dripped down into pans, not only to keep the fire from flaring up, but also to be collected and reused in sauces. Nothing was ever wasted. The smell is intoxicating, rich, savory, and smoky, with that unmistakable note of sizzling fat that makes you suddenly very aware of your own stomach. Standing close, you can feel the heat like a physical wall. Your face prickles, your lips feel dry, and you begin to understand just how punishing this job really was. To sit here all day, turning and sweating, sometimes being beaten if you faltered, this was the price of roasted luxury. In contrast, peasants rarely ever roasted meat at all. It demanded far too much firewood, too much meat, and too much labor. Boiling or stewing was much easier, more economical, and a lot less risky. So the spit roast itself became a symbol. To roast meant you had means. You lean closer and you notice the rhythmic squeak of the spit as it turns, the groan of the wheel, the occasional pop as a drop of fat strikes the flame. It's hypnotic, almost mesmerizing, but you can't ignore the human cost. You glance at the boy again, his hands reddened by the heat, and you wonder if he dreams of escape, or if this task feels as natural to him as breathing. The guests in the hall, of course, see none of this. They will only see the roast when it arrives on a platter, glistening, carved into neat slices by a carver in fine livery. They'll marvel at the tenderness, the incredible flavor, never sparing a single thought for the boy or the dog who made it all possible. The spit hides its labor in plain sight. Even the design of the halls reflected the importance of roasting. Large fireplaces were often built specifically to accommodate multiple spits, and some castles eventually installed mechanical spit turners that were powered by weights or even by water wheels. But those came much later. For a large part of the Middle Ages, it was flesh and bone, human or canine, that kept the roast spinning. You close your eyes and let the sound wash over you. The crackle of the fire, the squeak of the wheel, the soft sigh of fat dripping into the pans. You picture the boy counting the turns in his head, or the dog running endlessly in its wheel, and you realize that every grand medieval feast rested not just on meat and fire, but on small, tired figures hidden away in the shadows of the hall. The roast is still spinning behind you, but tonight you turn your eyes toward the quieter pots that are simmering nearby. Because, as impressive as spits and haunches of venison might be, the truth is that most medieval meals weren't roasted at all. They were boiled, stewed, or simmered, until every single ingredient surrendered itself to the broth. You crouch low again, staring into a cauldron where steam curls lazily upward, carrying the scent of barley, cabbage, and maybe a stray bone, if fortune has smiled upon this household. One mainstream fact is that the staple dish of medieval Europe was the pottage, a kind of thick soup or stew that could range from a watery gruel for peasants to rich, meaty broths for the nobles. The word itself became synonymous with daily food, so much so that English law even mentioned bread and pottage as a basic right in some contexts. You dip a wooden spoon into the bubbling mass and realize this is the ancestor of almost every comfort food you know today. A quirky tidbit is that some households kept what was called a perpetual stew, never fully emptying the pot, but simply topping it up with fresh ingredients day after day. The flavor would deepen endlessly, a living recipe that aged like a fine wine, but with a lot more onions. You can just picture someone proudly declaring that their pot had been simmering since last winter. It's an odd boast, but one that carried real weight. Who needs a family heirloom when you can taste a family tradition in every single ladleful? The beauty of boiling was its sheer practicality. Unlike roasting, which wasted a lot of fuel, boiling trapped every last bit of nutrition. Bones leached out their marrow. Grains softened and swelled up. Herbs released all of their fragrance. You listen to the rhythm of the bubbles, soft plops, occasional hisses, and you know you are hearing the very heartbeat of survival. Yet historians still argue about whether pottages were bland slops or surprisingly flavorful meals. Some records list a generous use of leeks, parsley, sage, and even a dash of imported pepper. Others suggest that the poor rarely had more than cabbage and barley to rely on. You stir the pot, and the truth feels like it's somewhere in between. Sometimes it was dull, sometimes it was bright, but it always depended on what the market or the garden could provide that week. The cauldron beside you is massive, hanging from an iron hook, its belly rounded like a womb. Inside it, peas soften into a mush, carrots sweeten, and bits of bacon, if they exist at all, melt away into an invisible richness. Steam moistens your face, fragrant and earthy. Children dip crusts of bread into the pot to thicken the stew, turning a meager portion into something that feels filling. In the background, you can hear women gossiping as they chop more leeks, and men sharpening knives, waiting for the pot's contents to finally be ladled out. Boiling also had its social functions. Shared cauldrons meant shared meals, and eating from the same pot reinforced the ties of the community. Imagine 3 or 4 spoons dipping in at once, everyone slurping, laughing, arguing, all while leaning close to the same hearth. Cleanliness wasn't really the point, togetherness was. You can almost feel the heat of elbows brushing against each other, the splash of broth spilling over onto the floor, and the unbothered way everyone continues as though nothing happened at all. In richer kitchens, boiling had its own kind of theatrics. Chefs would prepare elaborate stews with wine, almonds, and exotic spices, turning the humble pottage into a full-blown performance. Almond milk might replace dairy for Lenten fasts. Saffron could dye the broth a golden yellow, and meatballs shaped like pears or rabbits floated in luxurious bowls. When a nobleman slurped his stew, he was slurping wealth. The contrast is absolutely striking. Peasants ate cabbage stews for survival, while lords ate almond stews for pure spectacle. And yet, both of them called it pottage. The sound of the simmering grows hypnotic, almost soothing, and you realize how forgiving this method of cooking really was. Nothing needed precision. You could leave the pot alone for hours, only stirring it occasionally, and it would still be edible. This gave women time to spin wool, mend clothes, or nurse children, while supper practically cooked itself. The fire demanded tending, but the pot rewarded patience. Sometimes the liquid from these stews doubled as medicine. Herbal broths flavored with sage, thyme, or fennel were often prescribed for stomach troubles. Boiled milk with breadcrumbs might be used to soothe a fever. The line between food and a cure blurred constantly, as though the cauldron was both doctor and dinner. You take another imaginary taste. You can hear the spoons scraping against the side of the pot. The stew is thick, clinging, and humble, yet it's strangely comforting. There are no fireworks, no drama, just a warmth sliding down your throat, filling you with a quiet strength. It's easy to see why this was the absolute mainstay of medieval diets. And as you sit back watching the bubbles rise and burst, you realize something else. The simmering pot was the constant hum of medieval life. It was always on the fire, always feeding, always waiting. Even now, the memory of its steam feels like a warm blanket being draped over your shoulders. You drift away from the bubbling pot, following the smell of something stronger than cabbage and barley. It isn't the scent of a fresh stew, but the sharp tang of salted meat and smoke clinging to a pantry. This is the kind of smell that tells you this food has been waiting for weeks, or even months, for its turn on the fire. In a world without any refrigerators, people had to be incredibly clever. Meat, fish, and even vegetables were coaxed into lasting longer through salt, smoke, and barrels brimming with brine. Tonight you are going to step inside one of those storerooms and see just how much survival depended on the ancient art of preservation. One firmly recorded detail is that salt was the absolute cornerstone of medieval preservation. Salt mines in places like Salzburg or the salt pans along the coast were as valuable as gold because they could keep food edible long past its natural life. Without salt, entire villages would starve in the winter when fresh harvests and animals were scarce. Meat that was rubbed with heavy crusts of salt hardened into something nearly unrecognizable, but once it was soaked and boiled, it returned to usefulness. Entire economies were built around this single mineral, and families hoarded it as though it were a precious treasure. There's also a curious note here. Salt fish wasn't just a backup plan, it was an obsession. Huge barrels of salted herring traveled all across Europe, feeding towns that were hundreds of miles inland. People spoke of the North Sea as though it were a pantry itself, endlessly supplying fish that could be packed into casks and traded for grain, wool, or even spices. You can just picture a cart creaking into town, its barrels smelling strongly enough to alert your nose long before your eyes can even spot it. For peasants, this was the taste of Friday dinners, church-mandated fast days, and winter survival all in one. But opinions continue to differ among scholars about how pleasant or miserable these preserved foods really were. Was salted beef just a chewy necessity that was endured with a grimace? Or did families grow genuinely fond of its flavor, seasoning it with herbs to soften the harshness? Some records suggest that wealthy households prized smoked hams and salted eels, even serving them at grand feasts. Others describe common folk complaining that their winter diet was a monotonous cycle of barrel meat and stale bread. As you lean against a wooden cask, you can almost taste both of those realities. The comfort of having any food at all, and the sheer boredom of chewing the same tough slice of meat night after night. You reach out and lift the lid on a barrel. Inside, slabs of pork are floating in brine, pale and slick, pressed down with heavy stones to keep them fully submerged. The smell is sharp, enough to make your nose wrinkle, but it's also reassuring. That barrel is a promise that your family won't go hungry in February. Next to it, Strings of smoked sausages hang from the beams, their skins wrinkled and darkened by weeks of absorbing smoke. Every time the fire burned in the hearth, food could be suspended right above it, quietly transforming into something that would last. It wasn't only meat that was preserved this way. You run your hand over a sack of beans, a heap of dried peas. These were stored carefully in wooden bins, sometimes dusted with ash or herbs to keep the insects away. In a world where fresh vegetables weren't available year-round, dried legumes were lifelines, swelling into hearty stews whenever water and fire touched them. It's humbling to see how something as small as a dried pea could mean the difference between hunger and a full belly. Fruit, too, found its way into barrels. Apples were layered in straw and kept in cool cellars, surviving for months on end. Grapes were dried into raisins. Figs were pressed into dense cakes, and plums were turned into prunes. Each one was a burst of sweetness when winter's gray monotony finally set in. Just imagine biting into a dried fig in the middle of January, chewy, sticky, tasting of a sunshine long gone. It was a tiny luxury, but one that could lift the spirits. You hear a faint clinking and turn to see ceramic jugs sealed with wax. Inside is ale or cider or maybe even pickled vegetables. Vinegar, another byproduct of fermentation, became a preservative too. Vegetables that were submerged in a sour liquid gained new lives, sharp and tangy, and could brighten up otherwise dull meals. For many people, pickles weren't just a garnish. They were a kind of survival medicine, cutting through the heaviness of all the salted meat. And yet nothing here was foolproof. Molds grew, brines spoiled, and barrels leaked. A household always lived on the very edge of loss, never certain whether its stores would actually hold. To see a barrel ruined was to face hunger head-on. So every villager learned to be vigilant. Check the brine, stir the sacks, smoke the meats thoroughly. Preservation wasn't a one-time act. It was a continuous ritual of care. Some of the methods strike you as incredibly inventive. In the northern regions, fish might be frozen directly in ice, preserved by the very winters that threatened their survival. In warmer climates, sun-drying was common, with strips of fruit or fish left to shrivel under hot skis. And all across Europe, smokehouses stood like guardians, their chimneys exhaling the scent of hams and sausages slowly hardening into endurance food. You step into one in your mind and the smell nearly overwhelms you. It's thick, almost sweet, a perfume of survival that clings to your hair for days. What fascinates you most is how these preserved foods shape the cooking itself. Salted meat had to be soaked for hours, even days, before it was edible, which meant that meals required planning, foresight, and a whole lot of patience. You couldn't just decide at 5 o'clock to have pork for dinner at 6. It was a process, and so families lived in rhythms dictated not just by hunger, but by preparation. Even the act of boiling pottage changed depending on what preserved items were available to throw into the pot. You find yourself listening to the silence of the storeroom. It's cool, dim, and filled with the muted thud of barrels, the rustle of straw, and the faint creak of the wooden beams. This quiet place is just as important as the roaring hearth, maybe even more so. Without it, winter would have swallowed villages whole. The hearth cooked the food, yes, but the pantry kept it waiting to be cooked in the first place. There's a sense of respect here, almost reverence. Every salted fish, every smoked ham, Every jar of beans carried the immense weight of survival. They weren't luxuries, but they were security. And you can just imagine the relief of a mother pulling a string of sausages down from the rafters on a bleak January evening, knowing that her children would eat tonight. As you step out of the pantry, blinking into the daylight again, you notice how different the air smells. It's fresh and clean, compared to the salty tang that was within. But you also carry a new appreciation with you. Preservation wasn't just about taste, it was about time itself, stretching harvests across months, carrying abundance through famine, and making tomorrow possible when today's fields lay bare. The fire might have been the heart of the home, but salt and smoke were its lungs, breathing life into food that otherwise would have withered away. You can almost hear the quiet gratitude of villagers as they gnawed on preserved meats, chewed dried peas, or sucked the sweetness from a wrinkled prune. It wasn't glamorous, but it was survival. And sometimes, in the depths of winter, survival tasted as sweet as any feast. You step away from the smoky pantry, blinking as your nose readjusts, and you wander toward the sound of chatter. The road ahead leads to the marketplace, the very beating heart of every medieval town and village. Before you even arrive, the smells reach you, first fried batter, then pungent cheese, and the briny tang of fish laid out on wooden slabs. The market is a living cookbook, its stalls bursting with the raw ingredients that will later bubble in pots or roast on spits. Tonight, you are going to wander through the mayhem of market day and discover what it truly meant to shop for a medieval meal. It is well attested in town records that market days were very tightly regulated. Lords or city councils often granted charters specifying exactly when and where markets could be held, and merchants paid fees to be able to set up their stalls. These weren't just casual gatherings. They were the cornerstones of local economies. Without them, villagers would be stuck with whatever their own gardens or flocks provided. With them, flavors from faraway regions suddenly became a part of daily life. You push your way through the crowd and notice baskets overflowing with root vegetables, turnips, onions, carrots, and parsnips. Their earthy smell clings to the air, mixing with hay and the sweat of animals. The colors are muted, nothing like the glossy supermarket displays that you know. Still, every single bulb, every single stalk represents survival, and families bargain fiercely for them. Women haggle, children tug at their mothers' skirts, and the stallholders shout above the din, their voices rising and falling like a chorus. A peculiar little scene catches your eye. A fishmonger slaps a wriggling eel onto a table, and the nearby children squeal, half in fright and half in glee. Eels were remarkably popular in medieval diets, both fresh and salted, and seeing them sold alive was completely normal. It's an oddly theatrical moment, the eel thrashing about as if it's determined not to become someone's supper. These lively displays were part sales pitch and part entertainment, and yet historians remain divided about how fresh some of these foods really were by the time they reached the inland towns. Without modern transport, fish that was hauled for miles from the coast often arrived in a less than pristine condition. Some buyers must have grimaced at the smell, but they bought it anyway. Hopping a strong stew of herbs would disguise the flavor. Others had access to carefully salted barrels that ensured a much safer product. Whether the average town dweller was feasting on crisp fish or choking down half-spoiled cod is still debated in scholarly circles today. You stop by a stall that's selling herbs tied in neat little bundles: parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Their fragrances cut through the heavy odor of the market like tiny miracles. Just imagine dropping a sprig of rosemary into a dull pot of peas and watching it transform into something fragrant, something even special. Herbs weren't only for the nobles. Even modest households could spare a few pennies for a handful, and their own gardens provided them in abundance. There's also a lively trade in baked goods. You watch as a woman sells steaming hot pies filled with meat or spiced fruit. Their crusts are golden, their scent absolutely irresistible. Hot pies were the street food of their day, quick, portable, and perfect for hungry laborers. For a single coin, you could walk away with dinner right in your hand, wrapped in pastry instead of any kind of packaging. The sight makes you think of modern fast food, but somehow it feels more honest, with everything visible and nothing hidden behind neon signs. One curious custom unfolds right before your eyes. A tanner trades some leather scraps not for money, but for a bunch of onions, his dinner secured through barter. In these markets, money was useful, but goods-for-goods exchanges were incredibly common. Chickens might be swapped for grain, or wool for some cheese. You realize you're standing in a place where value is fluid, shifting with the needs of each person, and where food itself is a kind of currency. You notice, too, that the market is noisy not only with trade but with gossip. People share news of taxes, rumors of wars, and scandals about their neighbors. Markets were as much about conversation as they were about consumption. For a villager living in relative isolation, this was the social highlight of the week. Buying your leeks and hearing about who ran off with whose daughter happened side by side, seamlessly woven together. Nearby, a spice merchant unfurls tiny cloth packets. Inside are pinches of pepper, cinnamon, and saffron, glowing golden in the sunlight. Their cost is staggering, sometimes worth more than the meat itself, but even the poor might save up for a pinch on special occasions. You watch a housewife hesitate, count her coins, and then decide to buy just enough to sprinkle on a wedding stew. It's a reminder that taste could transcend class if only for a brief moment. You lean against a post and just absorb the market's orchestra, the cries of the sellers, the squeal of pigs being led through, the thud of boots on the muddy ground. Flies buzz, children laugh, and dogs bark. It's chaotic, but it's also incredibly alive, a rhythm of survival and community. You can almost taste the mingling aromas, the smoke of grilling meat, the sharp tang of cheese, the sweetness of fruit piled high in baskets. Another odd detail catches your attention. Bread sellers shout their wares, holding up loaves of different colors, white, brown, and black. These colors weren't about fashion, they were about the flour. White bread, sifted free of any husk, was prized by the wealthy. The brown or black loaves, heavy with bran, fed the poor. Yet all of them were sold side by side, a daily reminder of the class divisions you could see, smell, and even chew. You pause before a barrel of ale being ladled into jugs. Everyone drinks it, children, adults, workers, because the water is often unsafe. The ale is weak, but it's nourishing, carrying the calories of the grains as well as their flavor. You take a sip and find it sour, yeasty, but oddly refreshing after all the dust and the clamor. Drinking it reminds you that markets weren't only about solid food, they were also the taps of liquid life. As the day wears on, the stalls begin to thin out. Merchants pack up their unsold goods, sweeping vegetable scraps into piles, sometimes feeding them to the pigs that are waiting nearby. The ground is muddy, littered with straw, fish guts, and apple cores. You step carefully, imagining how the smell must intensify by the evening. For the townsfolk, this chaos is normal, even reassuring. A mess means there was plenty. Silence would mean famine. When you finally step back from the marketplace, your arms are metaphorically full. You have onions for your stew, a loaf of brown bread, and maybe a tiny pouch of pepper if you can afford it. You leave behind the noise, but you carry the memory of its smells, its shouts, and its energy. And you realize that cooking in medieval times didn't begin at the hearth. It began right here, in the clamorous exchange of goods and voices. Without the market, there would be no stews, no pies, no roasted meats, just gardens, just monotony. The market injected variety into life, even if that variety sometimes smelled suspiciously of half-spoiled fish. The road away from the stalls grows quieter, and the sounds fade away behind you. But you can still hear the echoes, the clatter of coins, the cry of fresh eels. And you understand that these markets weren't just about eating. They were about living, connecting, gossiping, and surviving together. And in that noisy exchange, medieval cooking began to take shape long before the first pot was ever stirred. You step away from the crowded market square and into a quieter corner of the village where the air smells different. Less of fried batter and fish, and more of damp earth and crushed green leaves. Here you find the gardens that kept medieval kitchens alive long after the market stalls had closed for the day. Every cottage, if it had even a tiny scrap of soil, boasted a patch of cultivated plants. They weren't landscaped or decorative, not the kind of gardens designed to impress anybody, but practical jungles of herbs, leeks, onions, and sturdy greens that could withstand both neglect and frost. It's documented in monastic records and household accounts that these gardens were absolutely indispensable. Without them, meals would be nothing but bland repetitions of boiled grain. With them, even the humblest pot of pottage could sing with the sharpness of onion, the sweetness of leek, or the faint peppery bite of mustard leaves. You kneel down, running your fingers through the damp soil, and it feels like you're touching the hidden backbone of medieval cuisine. A charming little quirk emerges when you peer a bit closer. Many of these gardens also doubled as medicine cabinets. Parsley wasn't only sprinkled into broth, it was chewed to freshen the breath or steeped in teas to ease stomach aches. Sage, thyme, and fennel weren't just culinary afterthoughts, they were actual cures. Families planted them in neat rows right beside their food crops, blurring the line between supper and healing. You can picture a housewife plucking some mint to season lamb, and in the very same motion, drying sprigs of it to soothe coughs in the winter. Experts remain divided on how varied these gardens actually were. Some argue that most peasant plots offered little beyond onions, cabbages, and leeks, with any real variety being reserved for the wealthier households. Others point to evidence of peasants tending surprisingly complex herb patches, which included dill, chives, and even some exotic plants that had been introduced by monks. You tilt your head, imagining both of those scenes, one garden sparse and humble, another one buzzing with herbs fragrant enough to rival a modern kitchen. The truth probably lay somewhere in between, shifting from one village to the next. You stand before a row of leeks. Their long green stalks are sturdy, resilient against the cold weather and endlessly versatile. Chopped into stews, boiled on their own, or even wrapped in pastry for wealthier tables, leeks were absolutely beloved. They appear in countless medieval recipes, proving that something incredibly simple could be turned into something satisfying again and again. Nearby, cabbages sit heavy and round, their outer leaves streaked with dirt. To you, they might look ordinary, but to medieval cooks, they were a treasure, cheap, filling, and capable of stretching thin soups into something truly hearty. As you crouch closer, you hear the faint buzzing of bees hovering over some blossoms. The garden isn't just about food for humans, it's a whole ecosystem. Herbs like thyme and sage attract insects, which helps with pollination. Children play nearby, their fingers sticky from pulling up carrots, nibbling them raw despite the soil still clinging to the roots. The air hums with a quiet domestic life, far removed from the clamor of the market. You notice, too, the deliberate placement of the plants, tall herbs at the back, short leafy greens at the front, all carefully organized so that nothing shades out its neighbor. It isn't a random scatter of seeds, but a thoughtful system that's been passed down through generations. Even the paths between the beds are narrow, just wide enough for one person to shuffle sideways with a basket, a triumph of efficiency over elegance. Another curious custom appears when you see marigolds blooming along the garden edges. These weren't purely ornamental. Their petals were often plucked and added to soups for color, mimicking saffron at a fraction of the cost. Imagine sprinkling marigold petals into a bland broth and watching it glow golden, fooling your guests into thinking the dish was much richer than it actually was. It was a splash of beauty and a dash of deception. In wealthier households and monasteries, gardens expanded into miniature farms. Monks cultivated not only the usual onions and leeks, but also rows of herbs for brewing medicinal syrups. They kept detailed records of which plants thrived and even shared cuttings with travelers, spreading different flavors all across Europe. A monastery garden might include exotic plants like coriander or even early versions of lettuce, which were pure luxuries compared to a peasant's simple cabbage patch. The soundscape here is soothing compared to the market. You can hear chickens scratching at the dirt for worms, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the occasional plop as a gardener pulls up a beetroot. You can almost taste the sharpness of fresh sorrel leaves on your tongue, lemony and bright. If the hearth was smoky chaos, the garden is quiet abundance. Yet the garden wasn't infallible. Droughts, frosts, or pests could wipe out entire crops in a single season. Families depended on these little patches, and when they failed, hunger would creep in very quickly. You can imagine the worry etched into a mother's face as she surveys her withered plants, knowing the pottage will be much thinner this winter. The fragility of survival is written in the soil itself. Still, when the gardens thrived, they were lifelines. Herbs transformed plain grains into meals that were worth eating. Greens provided vitamins, unknowingly guarding against sickness. And every plant represented a small amount of control in an otherwise uncertain world. You pick up a sprig of thyme, crush it between your fingers, and inhale. The smell is sharp, earthy, and unforgettable. You realize that this scent is the very signature of medieval kitchens: fresh, resilient, and simple. As dusk begins to fall, villagers bend over their plots, pulling weeds, watering with buckets, and tying herbs into bundles to hang in the rafters. The smoke from their hearths mingles with the fresh green perfume of the gardens, creating a scent that is both homely and enduring. You step back onto the path and glance once more at the rows of leeks, the marigolds glowing faintly in the fading light, and you understand that these gardens weren't merely side projects. They were as essential as the fire itself, shaping not just the meals, but also the health, the community, and the rhythm of everyday life. You leave the quiet village gardens behind and follow a caravan road stretching out toward the horizon. The air changes here, less earthy, more exotic, carrying whispers of distant lands. Tonight, your journey takes you into the world of medieval spices, those tiny flecks of color and scent that transformed kitchens and reshaped entire economies. To us moderns, a pinch of pepper is an afterthought, but in the Middle Ages, it was a treasure, carried across deserts and oceans, guarded like jewels and sprinkled onto dishes as both a flavor and a status symbol. It's firmly established in trade records that pepper was the most common imported spice, flowing steadily from India into Europe. Merchants measured it out by the pound, and in some cases, rent could even be paid in peppercorns. Just imagine a landlord accepting not coins, but a sack of tiny black beads worth their weight many times over. The black dots in your grinder today were once counted one by one, guarded fiercely in treasure chests. But there's a delightful oddity here. Medieval people loved spices so much that they often used them in ways that seem bizarre to us now. Recipes called for cinnamon in meat pies, ginger in sauces for fish, and sugar, which was still considered a spice back then, sprinkled over roasted meats. To them, the blend of sweet and savory was thrilling, not strange at all. You can picture a noble guest smiling with delight as he bites into a piece of venison that's been sweetened with honey and cinnamon, the flavors colliding in a way that your modern tongue might hesitate to enjoy. Researchers remain divided over whether ordinary villagers ever even tasted these treasures. Some argue that pepper and saffron were firmly locked behind the doors of the nobility and the monasteries, while others suggest that tiny amounts would trickle down through the markets, letting even peasants buy a pinch for weddings or feast days. The truth might be somewhere in between. Most peasants probably lived spice-free lives, but on very rare occasions, a stew could sparkle with a whisper of something foreign. You arrive at the stall of a spice merchant in a bustling town. His table is modest in size, but it's staggering in value. Small wooden boxes hold pepper, ginger, cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, and saffron threads glowing golden like threads of fire. Each box is opened sparingly, the aromas wafting out and sending your senses spinning. He speaks proudly of the caravans crossing deserts, of camels trudging through sandstorms, of ships braving storms just to bring these miracles here. Buying from him isn't just purchasing a flavor, it's buying into a story of adventure. Saffron, in particular, absolutely dazzles you. Its strands are so light that they weigh almost nothing, yet they cost more than gold by the ounce. To stretch it further, some merchants would cheat, dyeing other plants yellow and mixing them in. Buyers had to squint very carefully, hoping they weren't being tricked. Imagine the frustration of spending half a year's wages, only to discover that your precious saffron was a complete fraud. Still, saffron's vivid color transformed soups and sauces, making them glow like liquid sunshine, a theatrical effect that was as prized as the taste itself. Cloves and nutmeg came from far-off islands, so remote that Europeans barely even knew where they were. To taste them was to taste a mystery. A noble might serve spiced wine, steaming and fragrant, as proof of his wealth and sophistication. Guests would sip it and nod approvingly, never asking how many sailors had died along the way to bring those spices into their cup. And sugar. Yes, sugar wasn't yet the everyday sweetener you know. It was cut into hard cones, shaved off in chunks, and treated as a medicine as much as a flavor. Apothecaries sold it alongside herbs, and cooks used it sparingly, blending it with spices to create sauces that were both sharp and sweet. You can almost feel the crunch of the coarse sugar between your teeth, not the smooth, uniform crystals of our modern packets. What fascinates you is how these spices changed the very psychology of cooking. A simple stew of beef and onions could suddenly taste exotic with just a pinch of pepper. A plain custard could turn regal with some saffron. A mug of ale became a warming medicine with a few cloves. Spices weren't just additions, they were transformations, a kind of alchemy that was performed in the kitchens. There's also the social theater of it all. Wealthy hosts loved to show off their spice collections, sometimes displaying the jars openly during feasts like they were trophies. Guests would marvel at the colors, the scents, and the unspoken message. I can afford this. In many ways, spices were edible status symbols. You couldn't wear peppercorns on your sleeve, but you could serve them in a sauce and watch your guests' eyes widen. As you linger in the market, you notice the mingling scents: pepper sharp enough to tickle your nose, cinnamon sweet and woody, ginger warm and fiery. They cut through the stench of livestock and mud, creating a little pocket of magic in all the chaos. It's a small miracle that these tiny bits of plants, carried across entire continents, could hold so much power. And yet, the darker side is always present. Wars were fought for the spice routes. Fortunes were made and lost. Ships sank, caravans were plundered, and still the hunger for spice drove men onward. To taste nutmeg was to taste blood as well as flavor. You stand silently, realizing that medieval cooking wasn't just shaped by gardens and markets, but by global trade and immense risk. Every single sprinkle of pepper came with a long history of danger. As the merchant packs up his stall, carefully locking his precious boxes, you step away with the scent of cinnamon clinging to your sleeve. You realize that medieval cooking was never just local. Even in a smoky hall far from the sea, a pot of stew might contain the echoes of Indian fields, Middle Eastern caravans, or Mediterranean ships. Food wasn't just survival. It was a connection to the vast, dangerous, and dazzling world that lay beyond the village gates. You breathe in once more, the spice-scented air warming your lungs, and the thought lingers in your mind. In a world of monotony, spices were both an escape and a performance. A handful of pepper, a thread of saffron, a dusting of ginger, each one transformed not just the food but identity itself. You leave behind the gleaming boxes of saffron and cinnamon and step into a very different world, one of plain clay bowls, heavy bread and simmering pots that will never see a pinch of any exotic spice. Tonight, you crouch at the hearthside of an ordinary peasant family, and for the first time, you understand what cooking for the poor really meant. There were no feasts, no golden sauces, no sugar sculptures, just the stubborn rhythm of survival made edible. It's written plainly in manorial accounts that peasants lived on a diet that was dominated by grains, barley, rye, and oats. These were the backbone of their daily meals. Wheat was a luxury almost entirely reserved for the nobility, so most villagers chewed bread that was coarse, dark, and sometimes gritty from poorly milled flour. Just imagine biting into a slice only to feel tiny stones crunch between your teeth. This wasn't indulgence, it was fuel. A curious observation that's found in medieval cookbooks is the sheer monotony of this fare. Day after day, families ate pottage, a thick soup of grains and vegetables, which was occasionally flavored with a sliver of meat if luck allowed. Some households maintained a single pot that simmered perpetually, its contents shifting with whatever scraps were available. One day it was cabbage, another day it was leeks, sometimes it was enriched with a bone tossed in just for flavor. You dip a spoon into this bubbling mess, and the taste is simple, earthy, almost bland, but it fills the belly, and that was enough. Experts still disagree on just how meager the peasant diet truly was. Some argue it was fairly balanced with plenty of vegetables, dairy, and fish when the fasting rules applied. Others suggest it was far harsher, with malnutrition and hunger being common in years with bad harvests. You sit quietly, imagining both of those realities, one where the stew smells comforting and plentiful, and another where the pot holds little more than a watery gruel. The truth likely shifted from season to season, from fortune to fortune. You glance around the small cottage. Children gnaw on crusts of bread that have been softened in ale, the cheapest drink around and much safer than the water. A mother ladles out pottage into wooden bowls, careful to give each child something solid, not just the thin broth. Her hands are rough, her face is streaked with soot, but she moves with a practiced efficiency. Dinner is not a performance here, it's a routine of endurance. And yet, you notice a tiny spark of creativity. On feast days, even peasants might save up for a little bit of honey to sweeten their bread, or some dried fruit to brighten up a stew. A handful of herbs from the garden might transform an otherwise dull pot into something fragrant. It wasn't luxury, but it was enough to remind the family that joy could still fit inside a bowl. In the corner, a small jug of milk rests, thin and slightly sour. Dairy was common in rural diets, curds, cheese, and butter when it was possible. It wasn't the creamy richness you might expect, but modest portions that were stretched very carefully. Cheese, hard and salty, could last for months and would accompany bread as a meal in itself. Just imagine the relief of unwrapping a wheel of it in midwinter and cutting off a wedge to share with your family. Meat was rare, but it wasn't completely absent. Families might keep pigs or chickens, which were slaughtered only when absolutely necessary. More often, Bones and scraps were bought cheaply or received as a payment in kind, and then used to flavor otherwise vegetarian meals. You watch as a bone is tossed into the pot, sizzling briefly before it sinks. It gives no meat but plenty of flavor, and everyone leans in a little closer, hopping for a ladleful of broth that has touched it. Another oddity is that peasants sometimes baked loaves that were mixed with acorns or beans during the famine years, stretching their flour with whatever could be found. These breads were dense, bitter, and hardly appetizing, but they kept people alive. You imagine the grim satisfaction of chewing on acorn bread, with each bite being a reminder of scarcity and resilience. And then there's the ale, weak, often cloudy, but nourishing enough to sustain workers through long days of labor. Children drank it too, since the water was so risky. Brewing was a household task, and the smell of fermenting grain was as familiar as the smoke from the fire. You sip it in your mind. It's sour but oddly refreshing, and you realize it was as essential to survival as bread itself. The soundscape here is quieter than in the noble halls. There are no musicians, no clatter of silverware, just the gentle slurp of children eating, the soft crackle of the hearth, and the creak of wooden spoons. There is an intimacy here, a closeness that has been forged by sharing from the same pot, by surviving together. You pause and reflect for a moment. While nobles dazzled with their sugar sculptures, peasants built their strength on porridge and dark bread. It wasn't glamorous, but it was steady. And perhaps in its own way, it was healthier too, with more vegetables, fewer heavy meats, and more balance born out of pure necessity. It's ironic to think that the poor may have lived longer on cabbage than the rich did on venison. As the meal winds down, the bowls are scraped clean, and the bread crusts are licked free of any broth. Nothing is wasted. The leftovers are poured back into the pot to mingle with tomorrow's ingredients. The fire burns low, the children grow drowsy, and the scent of cabbage and barley lingers in the room. It's humble, repetitive, and even wearying, but it is life, day after day. You step outside into the night air, listening to the muffled sounds of families finishing their supper in their cottages. Smoke rises from the chimneys, dogs bark faintly in the distance, and somewhere a baby cries. The village is small, and the meals are even smaller, but you sense an unspoken truth. Though these suppers lacked saffron and sugar, they carried the warmth of survival, and perhaps even the comfort of routine. You leave the modest cottages behind, and follow the flicker of torchlight toward a castle's towering stone walls. Inside, the atmosphere is entirely different. Loud, crowded, and extravagant. Here, cooking isn't just about filling bellies, it's about spectacle, power, and status. Tonight, you are stepping into the kitchens of the nobility, where meals are performances designed to impress the guests as much as to nourish them. It's well documented in household roles and feast accounts that noble kitchens were immense operations. A great hall could host hundreds of diners, and feeding them all meant teams of cooks, assistants, and servants all working in perfect concert. Fires blazed in multiple hearths, cauldrons simmered side by side, and spits turned continuously, roasting everything from venison to swans. Food wasn't prepared quietly by one pair of hands. It was a noisy, sweaty, and coordinated endeavor, resembling a military campaign more than a family supper. One detail that never fails to astonish is the sheer scale of these noble feasts. Records from the English courts mention menus with dozens of dishes per course, roasted peacocks redressed in their own feathers, pies that hid live birds inside, and sugar sculptures that were taller than a man. These weren't just meals, they were a form of edible theater. You can just picture the moment when a pie bursts open and doves flutter out into the hall, while musicians strike up a tune and the guests gasp in absolute delight. And then there's a strange flourish. Cooks often dyed foods with bright colors to impress the diners. Red with sandalwood, green with parsley, and gold with saffron. A simple custard could glow like sunlight. A sauce could shimmer like an emerald. To a medieval noble, a meal that didn't look dazzling simply wasn't worth serving. You pause, imagining guests whispering in awe as each dish arrives. A parade of colors more dazzling than the tapestries that hang on the walls. But scholars continue to disagree about how much the nobles actually enjoyed these elaborate flavors. Some argue that the spice-heavy, sugar-laden dishes were more about status than taste, proving wealth by their sheer expense. Others suggest that nobles truly developed palates that were attuned to these sweet and savory blends, craving cinnamon in their meat pies and ginger in their fish stews. You watch a lord spear a piece of gilded meat, chew it thoughtfully, and then smile. It's hard to know if he loves the taste or the attention that it brings him. The kitchens themselves are completely overwhelming. You walk through vaulted rooms that are filled with smoke and intense heat. Servants are shouting instructions. Water hisses as it hits hot pans. Dogs skitter across the floor looking for any scraps. The noise of chopping, pounding, and clanging is absolutely deafening. In one corner, a cook is grinding almonds to make almond milk, a staple in noble cuisine. It's smooth, rich, and versatile, perfect for both the fast days when dairy was forbidden and for sauces that needed a touch of elegance. In another corner, sugar is being boiled into pastes and shaped into castles or animals, then hardened into spectacles that make the diners laugh before they even take a bite. The smell is intoxicating. Roasting meats, sweet syrups, spiced sauces, and fresh bread. It fills the air so thickly that you almost feel drunk just by breathing it in. The heat presses against your skin and sweat beads at your temples, and yet you can sense the excitement in the air. This is more than cooking. It's alchemy conjuring prestige out of flour, meat, and imported spices. Another curious custom in these noble feasts is that the dishes often carried a symbolic meaning. A roasted boar's head might symbolize strength, while a tower of jellies could represent wealth and control over nature. Even the arrangement of the food on the table was deliberate, designed to impress any visiting dignitaries. Dining was diplomacy disguised as supper. And while the nobles dined above, the servants ate below. Their meals were simpler but still far richer than any peasant fare, leftover meats, crusts of white bread, and bowls of thick stew. The contrast was stark. The peasants outside the castle walls might eat cabbage broth, while the lord's scullions feasted on scraps that were more luxurious than anything a villager could ever dream of. You close your eyes and you can hear the hall above, the laughter, the clink of goblets, the shuffle of the musicians' feet. You can picture the swan roasts glistening under the candlelight, the sugar sculptures gleaming like jewels, and the guests whispering about who sat where, and who was favored with the choicest cut of meat. The feast is as much about politics as it is about pleasure. What strikes you most, though, is the fleetingness of it all. Hours and hours of labor, fortunes spent on spices and sugar, and within a single evening all the food is gone, reduced to crumbs, grease stains, and full bellies. The grandeur lingers only in memory, in gossip, and in the smoky rafters of the hall. Tomorrow, the cycle will begin all over again. You step back out into the night air, the castle glowing behind you, and you reflect on the contrast. Peasants ate to survive, while nobles ate to display. One pot of cabbage kept a family alive. One pie of gilded meat kept a lord's reputation intact. And somewhere between those two extremes lay the truth of medieval cooking, a spectrum stretching from gruel to glory, with every single meal carrying a meaning far beyond its taste. You leave the grand hall where nobles gorge themselves on gilded meats, and your path leads you to the sound of church bells ringing across the fields. The sound doesn't just mark the hours, it dictates the menu. Because in medieval Europe, food was not only shaped by markets and gardens, but also by the church calendar. Festivals and fasts punctuated the year, transforming what people cooked and ate. Tonight you find yourself standing at the edge of a kitchen on a Friday, when the rules of the church weigh heavier than the hunger in your stomach. It is firmly recorded in ecclesiastical statutes that the faithful were expected to avoid meat on certain days, especially on Fridays during Lent and on the vigils of saints' days. Instead, fish became the centerpiece, served in endless variations. To a modern eye, this might seem like a form of deprivation, but to medieval cooks, it was an opportunity to get creative. Eels, herring, pike, and salmon, all of them appeared on tables, sometimes salted, sometimes fresh, sometimes even sculpted into pies that looked suspiciously like their meaty cousins. One oddly charming practice was the invention of mock meats to satisfy cravings during the fasts. Almonds were ground into pastes and shaped into imitation eggs, their yolks colored with saffron. Fish was disguised to resemble fowl, or vegetables were sculpted into curious forms just to amuse the diners. It was a kind of culinary sleight of hand, a clever trick that blended devotion with playfulness. You can just imagine a guest biting into what looks like a roast chicken, only to discover that it's a cleverly seasoned fish. Laughter, not grumbling, would have filled the hall. But experts remain divided over how strict these fasting rules actually were in daily life. Some argue that peasants, who were already struggling to find meat, didn't really feel the difference, as their diet was mostly vegetable and grain anyway. Others point to the fines that were recorded in parish courts for those who were caught breaking the fast days, which suggests the rules were enforced quite tightly. You can picture a farmer sneaking a little bit of salted bacon on a Friday, praying that no neighbor saw him. For the wealthy, of course, the fasts became chances to flaunt their extravagance, serving elaborate fish banquets instead of practicing simple abstinence. Festivals told a completely different story. When feast days rolled around, the kitchens would explode with color and sound. There were roasted geese, sugar confections, fresh bread, and ale flowing freely. These meals weren't daily occurrences, but punctuations of joy in an otherwise hard life. Entire villages would share in community feasts after the harvest, slaughtering pigs, baking great loaves of bread, and pouring cider until the fields echoed with laughter. The cycle of fasting and feasting created a rhythm, a seesaw of restraint and release that truly defined medieval eating. You sit beside a hearth where fish is sizzling on a griddle, the smell sharp and briny. The cook sprinkles some herbs across it, parsley and dill, and the fragrance lifts the dish from ordinary to divine. In the corner, a pot of almond milk simmers for a sauce, rich and creamy, proof that even fast food could be luxurious if you had the means. The hiss of the fish against the hot iron, the crackle of the firewood, the faint chant of monks drifting through a window, all of it blends together into a ritual, a meal that's tied as much to the soul as it is to the body. Children tug at skirts, waiting for their bowls. Bread is sliced, ale is poured, and you watch as families bow their heads before they begin to eat. The food may be simple, but the moment itself feels sacred. To eat is not only survival, it's an act that's woven into faith, bound by rules that touch every single bite. And yet, the festivals are louder, rowdier. Just imagine the smell of a roasted goose mingling with spiced wine. The sound of fiddles and drums, the heat of bodies pressed together in celebration. For a few days, hunger and restraint are completely forgotten, replaced with abundance and laughter. Tables groan under the weight of platters, hands reach out eagerly, and the night stretches long with dancing. You can feel the joy of it in your very bones, a reminder that even in a world of scarcity, people found ways to feast. You lean back and see how the church calendar shaped not just what people ate, but how they thought about food. Abstinence taught humility, and feasts taught gratitude, and the alternation between them kept life from becoming monotonous. It was as though the year itself was seasoned with holy rhythms, with every fast and every festival being a spice in the stew of daily existence. When the bells ring again, the meal ends, the plates are cleared, the scraps are given to the poor, and the fire is banked low. Outside, stars prick the sky. You walk away carrying the scent of fish and herbs, the memory of laughter from the feasts, the hush of bowed heads before supper, and you realize that in medieval times, food wasn't just cooked. It was sanctified, restricted, and celebrated. It was tied to belief as tightly as it was to hunger. The church bells fade, and now your nose leads you onward, this time toward the riverbanks, where fishing boats bump gently against the shore. Medieval cooking relied on fish far more than you might imagine, especially because of all the fasting rules. But without refrigerators or freezers, keeping fish fresh was a constant battle. Tonight, you crouch beside baskets of slippery eels and barrels of salted herring, and you see just how ingenious people had to be to keep seafood on the table. It's clearly documented in trade ledgers that inland towns depended heavily on preserved fish. Rivers and lakes provided some fresh catches, but the majority of what people ate traveled long distances, packed in salt. The herring trade was particularly immense, so vast that some historians have called it the medieval equivalent of the oil industry. Ships ferried barrels across the North Sea and the Baltic, unloading them in ports where carts would then rattle inland for days or even weeks. By the time those herring reached a small village, they were as much salt as they were fish, but they were still invaluable. One strangely fascinating practice was the construction of elaborate fish ponds on estates and in monasteries. Nobles and monks would dig these artificial ponds to keep carp, tench, and pike alive all year round, ensuring a steady supply for the fast days. You can just picture a monk in his robe, scattering crumbs across a pond, the fish wriggling to the surface. It's both practical and serene, a garden of water serving the kitchen as much as it serves the soul. There's still a lively debate among scholars over how palatable most of this preserved fish really was. Some argue that salted and dried cod or herring was tough, leathery, and barely edible without endless amounts of soaking. Others suggest that with careful preparation, boiling, or stewing with herbs, the flavor and texture could be restored. You peer into a peasant's pot where salted herring is bubbling away in ale, with parsley floating on the surface, and you can almost believe that it tastes better than its reputation suggests. You lean closer to the fishmongers' tables. Fresh eels are coiled in wicker baskets, their slick bodies shining in the morning sun. They're a delicacy in some regions and cheap in others, but they're endlessly versatile, fried, stewed, or baked into pies. The air hums with life. Gulls cry overhead, the river laps softly against the shore, and children squeal as they poke at the wriggling fishtails. The scene is lively, messy, and unmistakably alive. In the towns near the coast, the markets would brim with oysters, mussels, and other shellfish that were sold by the bucket. This was cheap protein, eaten by the poor as much as by the rich. Just imagine slurping down oysters not as a luxury treat, but as a quick snack from a wooden stall. For many medieval villagers, shellfish were simply another way to stretch their meager diets, though records do show that wealthier tables also prized them, often dressing them with spices or wine. The smell is unmistakable, briny, pungent, and not always pleasant. Without ice, fish had to move quickly from the water to the pan or risk spoiling. You can picture servants rushing through the streets, their baskets bouncing, flies swarming around them, with the cooks already waiting with their boiling pots. Timing was absolutely everything. A delay meant disappointment and maybe even sickness. And yet, people trusted fish enough to eat it constantly, their ingenuity overcoming the constant risk of rot. Another curious twist lies in the story of the sturgeon, which was sometimes called the royal fish. In England, it was claimed by the crown whenever it was caught, reserved exclusively for kings and queens. To stumble upon a sturgeon in your net was both a blessing and a burden. You would gain honor, but you would lose the fish itself. Just imagine the mix of pride and frustration as the fishermen handed their prize over to the officials, their stomachs rumbling as the court feasted instead. As evening falls, you sit beside a fire where fish is cooking. A cauldron simmers with salted cod, which has softened after hours of soaking, its broth enriched with leeks and herbs. On a griddle, eels are sizzling, their skin crisping while the fat pops and hisses. The smell is sharp, smoky, and irresistible. Villagers huddle close, bread in hand, waiting for the moment when the fish is finally ladled out. The atmosphere is hushed, almost reverent, because on fast days this is not only food, it is an act of obedience. You realize that fish carried a meaning far beyond just sustenance. It was a religious necessity, a social divider, and a powerful economic force. The barrels of herring rolling inland shaped the trade routes. The ponds of the monasteries shaped the landscapes, and the smell of fish in the kitchens shaped memories. It's no wonder that medieval people never tired of talking about cooking and complaining about it. As you step back from the riverside, your clothes smell faintly of brine and smoke. You can hear the gulls wheeling overhead, the splash of oars dipping into the water, and the low chatter of the fishmongers finishing up their day. And you understand that medieval life without fish would have been completely unthinkable. It was the thread that was woven into every fast, every market, and every single pot. Sometimes it was leathery, sometimes it was delicious, but it was always essential. You step away from the riverbank, leaving behind the briny tang of eels and herring, and you walk into the dim interior of a tavern, where the clatter of mugs and the smell of brewing grains greet you. If fish was the body of medieval meals, then drink was the bloodstream. Water was incredibly risky, often contaminated by animals or waste, so ale, cider, and weak wines became the daily companions of everyone from toddlers to the elderly. Tonight, you'll sit on a bench, cradle a mug in your hand, and taste what kept medieval people hydrated and, in a way, alive. It's consistently mentioned in estate and monastic records that ale was the universal drink of the common folk. It wasn't the heavy, hoppy ales you might imagine today, but a weak, lightly fermented brew that was cloudy and sour. This small ale contained just enough alcohol to kill off any harmful bacteria, but not enough to make you stagger. Children would sip it freely. Laborers would quench their thirst with it in the fields, and households would brew it constantly. The smell of malted grain was as familiar as the smell of wood smoke. One curious custom you notice is how brewing was often a woman's task. Housewives would soak the barley, stir the mash, tend to the bubbling pots, and strain the liquid into jugs. They'd sprinkle in herbs for flavor long before hops were common. Some women brewed enough to sell their surplus, becoming alewives, who would advertise their trade with a broom or a branch hung above their doors. If you were to step inside one of their cottages, you'd find steaming tubs, sticky floors, and the warm, yeasty perfume of fermenting grain. For some, it was a livelihood. For others, it was just a way to ensure the family had a safe drink. Researchers remain divided on how nutritious this ale truly was. Some argue that it carried essential calories and vitamins, acting almost like a form of liquid bread. Others suggest it was simply too weak to matter much nutritionally, serving more as a safer alternative to water. You take a sip from your mug, and you can sense both sides of the argument. The thin liquid filling your stomach without really satisfying your hunger, yet warming you just enough to keep you going through another day of hard toil. Cider added some variety, especially in the apple-growing regions. Presses would groan as apples were crushed, the juice flowing into barrels to ferment naturally. The resulting drink was tart, crisp, and sometimes sweet, depending on the harvest. It wasn't fancy, but it was certainly refreshing, a countryside staple that flavored both festivals and daily life. You can just picture a harvest celebration where the villagers pass around wooden mugs of cider, their laughter bubbling even louder than the drink itself. Wine, of course, belonged mostly to the wealthy. It was imported from southern Europe and was quite expensive, though local vineyards in some regions did supply the monasteries and noble estates. In a noble hall, The wine might be spiced with cinnamon or clove and served warm in golden goblets. To sip it was to taste not just the grapes, but also prestige. For peasants, wine was much rarer, though weak versions of it did occasionally reach the markets. More often, it was a dream that was tasted only in church. When the priests would lift the chalices during Mass, there's an odd detail in the tavern culture that makes you smile. In some places, drinkers would pay not per mug, but per the amount of time they spent drinking, a measure of endurance more than of thirst. Imagine a landlord telling you, "For this penny you can drink until the candle burns out." You'd sip frantically, hopping to get your money's worth before all the wax melted away. Inside the tavern, the soundscape is incredibly lively. Wooden mugs clunk against the tables, laughter echoes off the walls, and the scrape of stools mixes with the constant hum of voices. The air is thick with the smells of yeast, sweat, and the faint tang of wood smoke. You take another sip of your ale. It's sour, earthy, and not particularly pleasant, but after a few gulps it starts to grow familiar, almost comforting. You can understand why this became the lifeline for so many people, but drink wasn't just a comfort, it was a necessity. Laborers needed hydration during their long hours in the fields, and ale provided it without the risks of polluted wells. It was also a way of consuming grains in a liquid form, stretching the harvests even further. Even the children clutching their small cups understood it instinctively. Ale was life. And yet, there was danger, too. Stronger brews did exist, especially for the feasts, and drunkenness was common enough to spark sermons and even laws against it. Alehouses could become rowdy, even violent places where tempers would flare and fists would fly. You can imagine a night ending not with a soft slumber, but with a scuffle spilling out into the street, the taste of sour ale lingering on everyone's breath. In the monasteries, brewing reached new heights. The monks perfected their recipes, recorded the proportions, and brewed not only for themselves but also for charity. Their ales were stronger, richer, and in some cases, the precursors to the beers that we know today. You can picture a monk lifting a mug after Vespers, savoring a drink that carried both devotion and craft. As the night deepens, you sit back in the tavern. The benches creak under the weight of weary bodies, the candles sputter low, and the last of the mugs are drained. You realize that medieval life wasn't possible without these drinks. They weren't an indulgence. They were a form of infrastructure, as vital as the hearth or the plow. You step outside into the cool night air. The smell of yeast clings to your clothes, and the faint warmth of the ale lingers in your belly. The stars gleam overhead, and the village around you is quieting down. You walk away with the thought that in every sip of ale, cider, or weak wine, medieval people tasted survival, and just occasionally celebration. The tavern's laughter fades behind you, and soon you find yourself back in a village cottage, staring into the orange glow of a hearth. Here, the story isn't about feasts or alehouses or markets. It's about the hands that stirred the pot, the bodies that were bent over the fire, and the daily burden that was carried mostly by women. Tonight, you crouch low, watching a mother cook, her face lit by the firelight, and you realize just how much medieval kitchens depended on the labor of wives and daughters. It is reliably noted in manorial and household records that cooking fell primarily to women. From dawn until nightfall, they tended the fires, fetched the water, ground the grain, and stirred the stews. Unlike the noble kitchens that were filled with male professional cooks, the ordinary hearth was a woman's domain. You watch as she kneels on the hard-packed earth, one hand gripping a soot-blackened spoon, the other cradling a baby who fusses at her hip. Dinner, childcare, and survival all happen in the very same breath. One strikingly human detail is how dangerous this work really was. With fires burning openly, pots suspended on chains, and cauldrons bubbling away, burns were simply inevitable. Accounts of women who were scarred by boiling water or flames remind us that cooking wasn't a gentle activity. It was perilous. You can just imagine the sting of steam rising into her face as she lifts a lid, or the sudden flare of sparks catching at her wool skirts. Even the simple act of leaning too close could leave scars for life. And yet she keeps stirring, because there is no pause button on hunger. Specialists remain divided over how much autonomy women actually held in their own kitchens. Some argue that they had real authority, managing their households, deciding what was cooked and passing on their skills to their daughters. Others emphasize the lack of choice, pointing out that women cooked whatever was available, not what they might have desired. You watch the woman ladle out a thin pottage, and you can sense both of those truths: control in her technique, but constraint in her ingredients. She masters the tools that she has, but she cannot conjure food from thin air. A curious glimpse of medieval humor survives in poems and plays that would poke fun at alewives and housewives at the hearth. Jokes about burned stews, watered-down ale, or scolding wives circulated widely. It tells you something. The centrality of women in the kitchens was so obvious that it became material for laughter and even satire. But behind the jest lies the truth. Their work kept the households alive. You glance around the cottage and you can see other women's traces. Herbs are tied in bundles, drying from the rafters. Linen cloths that have been washed and laid out serve as makeshift strainers. A girl, barely 10 years old, kneels to grind barley with a stone quern, her hands already raw. Cooking was never a solitary act. It was a web of female labor that stretched across generations. The sounds here are rhythmic and relentless. The scrape of spoons against iron, the thud of pestles crushing garlic, the crackle of logs, and the soft hum of a lullaby being sung while chopping leeks. To you, it might feel almost musical, though for the women who lived it, it was probably just monotony. Still, in the repetition lies a kind of dignity, with each stir, each grind, and each cut keeping the family tethered to life. You notice the strain that's etched into the cook's body. Her back is bent, her fingers are cracked, and her hair is streaked with soot, and yet there's also an incredible resilience there. She improvises constantly. If the onions are missing, she uses leeks. If the bread is stale, she softens it in the broth. Medieval cooking was less about following recipes and more about resourcefulness, a constant game of substitution. Watching her, you understand why so many traditional dishes still celebrate thrift. One more peculiar detail is that a woman's role at the hearth gave her knowledge not only of cooking, but also of healing. The same hands that stirred the stew also brewed herbal teas for fevers, made poultices for burns, and created tonics for childbirth. The kitchen was a pharmacy as much as it was a pantry. You can imagine her leaning over a pot, not with cabbage this time, but with sage and honey, whispering to her child that it will ease the cough. And when famine struck, the pressure on them deepened. Mothers would stretch the meals even further, boiling bread into a soup, grinding weeds into flour, and sometimes going hungry themselves just to ensure their children ate. Chroniclers note women fainting in the fields from hunger because they had given up their own portions. You picture her slipping her spoon into her child's bowl instead of her own, smiling faintly as if she isn't hungry at all. Yet, despite all the hardship, moments of joy still flickered through. On feast days, the same hands that stirred the cabbage stew would sculpt dough into little pastries, bake pies with herbs and cheese, or drizzle honey over some fritters. In those moments, the kitchen was not only a place of drudgery, it was a place of celebration, love, and even art. As the fire dims, the woman wipes her brow with her sleeve. Her family gathers around, their bowls in their hands. She ladles the stew, one portion after another, with her own serving being the smallest of all. You notice how no one thanks her aloud. The thanks is silent, hidden in their full bellies and the quiet of the night. But you can sense it anyway. Without her, there would be no meal, no hearth, no survival. You step back out into the cool night air, the smell of smoke and herbs clinging to your clothes. And as you glance up at the stars, you realize that medieval cooking wasn't just about ingredients or tools. It was about the bodies that were bent over the fires, the women who endured the burns and the exhaustion to turn scraps into sustenance. Their names may be forgotten, but their labor is written in every bite of bread, every sip of broth, and every life that was carried into the next dawn. You step out of the cottage, the smoke of a humble hearth still clinging to your clothes, and you wander into the echoing hall of a town guild house. Here, the atmosphere is far from modest. Long tables stretch out into the shadows, tapestries hang heavy on the walls, and the smell is richer, spicier, and more deliberate. Tonight, you are witnessing another side of medieval cooking. The professional guild cooks who fed not families, but institutions, hosting civic banquets and ceremonies where food became a declaration of power and order. It is well preserved in municipal records that the guilds, whether they were of merchants, weavers, or goldsmiths, held regular feasts to mark anniversaries, elect their leaders, or honor their patrons. These occasions demanded both scale and precision, and so they hired professional cooks, men who were trained in the art of managing large kitchens. Unlike the women at the village hearth, these cooks were artisans of food, their names sometimes recorded right alongside those of tailors and masons as respected craftsmen. The guild feast was their stage. One of the most remarkable details is how regulated these meals could be. In some cities, ordinances would spell out exactly how much each guest was to receive. So many ounces of beef, so many loaves of bread, so much ale per head. The cooks became logisticians, ensuring fairness while still managing to dazzle with their presentation. Imagine standing in a smoky hall, hearing the measured clatter of knives as exact portions are carved, and realizing that you are eating in a world where food is not only a pleasure but also a contract. And then comes a delightful oddity. Some guild cooks were known for their extravagant showpieces. Accounts describe jellies that were molded into the shapes of heraldic beasts, pies that were topped with intricate pastry crests, and even fountains of wine that flowed into silver cups. These were not everyday meals. They were edible emblems of civic pride. You can picture a hall full of weary cloth merchants cheering as a pastry shaped like a lion is carried in, both a dessert and a mascot in one. Scholars still puzzle over whether the recipes that were used at these feasts truly represented common medieval taste, or whether they were unique spectacles that were meant only for display. Were the heavily spiced sauces that were poured over venison a reflection of what the guild members ate at home? Or were they just exaggerations, culinary fireworks that were saved for big occasions? You lean against a beam and consider both possibilities. The cook's ordinary skills elevated into rare performances, part art and part advertisement of the guild's wealth. The kitchen itself is a complete frenzy. Large cauldrons bubble with stews of beef and mutton, thick with onions and barley. Fires roar under spits, turning geese and rabbits. Apprentices run back and forth, fetching water, chopping herbs, and wiping away sweat. The professional cook in charge barks out orders, his voice cutting through the din like a captain at sea. The smell is rich and layered, with the scent of roast meat mingling with the sweetness of almond sauces, and the spice of ginger and pepper cutting through the heaviness. You notice, too, the use of sugar, which was treated not as a casual sweetness, but as a material for sculpture. A mountain of candied almonds gleams on a table. Sugar paste has been molded into towers and castles, glazed with color so that it shines under the candlelight. It's theatrical, meant to draw gasps from the guests before a single bite is even taken. To eat sugar in such a quantity is to consume wealth itself, for the price of sugar rivaled that of precious spices. In the hall, the guild members gather, their voices rising in anticipation. Bowls of pottage arrive first, steaming, thick, and hearty. No feast can start without it. Then come the platters of roasted meats, the gold-encrusted pies, and the jugs of ale. The chatter grows louder, punctuated by laughter and the clang of mugs. Eating here isn't just eating. It's an act of solidarity, a performance of belonging to something larger than oneself. There's a faint hum of politics in the air, too. The seats are arranged by rank, and the best cuts of meat go to those of the highest standing. A carver carefully slices a goose, presenting the choicest morsel to the guild master, while the lower members receive the legs or the wings. Every bite reminds the diners of their place in the civic hierarchy. You watch this silent choreography, and you realize that food itself was a language of order. A curious aside is that not every guild feast ended in harmony. Records hint at drunken brawls, disputes over portions, and even lawsuits against cooks who were accused of shortchanging their employers. Just imagine a hall that began with music and ended with spilled ale, broken benches, and the cook being dragged before the city magistrates. Food bound people together, but it also tested their patience and their pride. Still, the spectacle mattered immensely. A guild that could throw a lavish feast declared its success to the town at large. The merchants who dined well at these events carried the memory with them into their business. Their loyalty strengthened. Cooking here was both a craft and a form of propaganda, with every roasted goose being a feather in the guild's civic cap. As the feast winds down, the hall echoes with the last of the laughter, the shuffle of feet, and the clink of empty jugs. Servants clear the scraps into baskets, Dogs dart in to lick the bones, and the fire burns lower. You linger for a moment, smelling the last wafts of spiced wine and roasted meat, and you realize the guild cook has done his work. He hasn't just fed bellas. He's nourished an identity, bound men together in fellowship, and staged a performance of power disguised as supper. Stepping out into the night, you can still hear the faint strains of music drifting from the hall. The stars glitter above, cool against the smoky warmth that's clinging to your skin. And you carry with you the sense that medieval cooking wasn't only about hunger. It was about belonging, order, spectacle, and pride. You leave the guild hall with its echo of laughter and spilled ale, and you wander back toward the town square. The air here is different, sharper, greasier, and alive, with the scent of hot food being cooked in the open. It isn't a noble feast or a housewife's stew. This is street food, the kind that beckons from crowded alleys and smoky stalls. Tonight, you find yourself amidst the hawkers selling pies, pancakes, and skewered meats, discovering how medieval towns fed their people on the go. Records from London, Paris, and other bustling cities confirm that cooked food was widely available on the streets. Travelers, laborers, and apprentices who lacked their own kitchens relied on these vendors. Bakers sold pies that were filled with pork, beef, or even fish. Cooks would set up booths to fry pancakes in animal fat, and brewers offered mugs of hot ale that was spiced with ginger or honey. It was a form of convenience long before fast food became a modern phrase. One curious little observation is that in some places, official regulations controlled what the street vendors could sell. The authorities feared spoiled meat or fraudulent ingredients, so ordinances required the cooks to display their goods openly. Just imagine wandering down a medieval street and seeing pies that have been cut open on the counter, their steaming fillings revealed as proof that they weren't hiding scraps of rotten flesh. Transparency wasn't a courtesy, it was a matter of survival. Experts still disagree about who relied most on street food. Some argue that it catered mainly to the urban poor who lacked their own hearths or the space to cook. Others suggest that wealthy townsfolk also indulged, buying pastries and pancakes as treats while they were out shopping. You look around the square and you can see both of those possibilities. Apprentices wolfing down pies quickly before returning to work, and merchants leisurely sipping spiced wine while they gossip. The truth, as usual, seems to straddle both worlds. The scene before you is noisy, chaotic, and completely irresistible. A cook flips thin pancakes on an iron pan, the batter sizzling and filling the air with a buttery aroma. Children cluster nearby, waiting for any scraps. Next to him, a woman ladles hot pea soup into wooden bowls, the steam rising in white clouds. The smells of herbs, onions, and smoke all mingle together, creating an intoxicating perfume. A particularly odd delicacy draws your attention: pies that are shaped like coffins. No, not for the dead. The term coffin referred to the thick pastry crust that encased the meat or fish. These crusts were sometimes nearly inedible, used more as containers than as food, but the fillings were rich and savory. You watch a vendor crack one open, releasing a gush of steam as the customers eagerly lean forward, ready to dip their bread into the gravy. Street cries ring out as the hawkers call out their wares in sing-song chants. Hot pies, fresh pies. Echoes through the square, mingling with the clop of horses' hooves and the chatter of the townsfolk. The rhythm of commerce is a kind of music in itself. You realize that these cries were a part of the entertainment, with each vendor perfecting a style to draw attention to their stall. It's like medieval advertising, shouted instead of printed. Another detail is that not all street food was hot. Sellers also offered cold treats like cheese, fruit, or nuts in small bags. In the summer, fresh strawberries or cherries might appear on carts, their colors bright against the grime of the city. A sweet bite of fruit could turn a dreary day into something special, just as a hot pie could fill an empty stomach. You glance at the customers that are crowding the stalls. Workers with grime-streaked hands are clutching bowls of hot broth, savoring the warmth before they have to return to their labor. Students from the nearby schools are arguing over philosophy while they're gnawing on pancakes. Even beggars wait nearby, hopping for any scraps that are tossed aside. The street becomes a dining hall without any walls, a melting pot of classes sharing the same space, if not the same equal portions. The sounds intensify as the evening deepens. Laughter bursts out, mugs clatter, and dogs bark for scraps. The smells are rich and overwhelming, meat sizzling, onions frying, batter browning. You can almost feel the grease coating your fingers, the warmth of a hot pie thawing the chill from your bones. Eating here is immediate, tactile, messy, and joyful. Of course, there was risk involved. The hygiene was questionable, and stomach ailments were common. The authorities would fine vendors for using spoiled meat or for selling in unsanitary conditions. Yet the enforcement was patchy. People took their chances because hunger didn't wait for perfect kitchens. And perhaps the thrill of the street food, the spice, the heat, the crowd, was worth the gamble. Street cooking also shaped taste itself. The dishes that were invented in the alleys sometimes migrated into the noble kitchens, where they were refined and elaborated upon. A humble fried fritter might evolve into a court dessert, or a pie filling might inspire elaborate banqueting recipes. The traffic of ideas between the classes wasn't just a one-way street. The street nourished both the belly and the imagination. As you step back from the crowd, the night cools and the market begins to quiet down. The vendors pack up their wares, scrape their pans, and douse their fires. The smell of grease lingers in the air, mixed with smoke and the faint sweetness of fruit. The townsfolk drift home, their hunger satisfied. The square grows dim, but the memory of sizzling pancakes and steaming pies stays with you, a reminder that medieval food wasn't only about hearths and halls. It was about the street, the noise, and the immediacy of eating where life itself unfolded. You walk away with the taste of hot pastry still lingering in your imagination, your ears ringing faintly with the cries of hot pies. And you understand that cooking in medieval times was as much about feeding the moment as it was about preserving tradition. Quick, noisy, fragrant. A small miracle of warmth sold for a coin in the cold night air. You leave behind the noisy market square, stepping onto the open road that stretches out beyond the city gates. Here, the smell of fried pies and hot ale fades, replaced by the smells of dust, horse sweat, and the creak of wooden carts. This is where food takes on a new challenge, being cooked not in cottages or castles, but on the road. Pilgrims trudging to shrines, soldiers marching to war, and merchants traveling for weeks. None of them could carry kitchens with them, and yet they all needed to eat. Tonight, you settled down beside a campfire, feeling the chill of the open fields and the resourcefulness of cooking on the move. Chroniclers and military accounts make it clear that road food was simple, rough, and built for endurance. Pilgrims would pack bread, cheese, and dried fish into their satchels. Soldiers carried hard biscuits, salt pork, or oats. Merchants might travel with a servant who knew how to coax a stew out of whatever the road offered. There were no communal bakehouses here, no guild cooks, just a fire, a pot, and whatever could be foraged or purchased from the villages along the way. A detail that lingers in the records is how often travelers relied on pottage, even when they were on the road. Small iron pots were prized possessions, hung from carts or carried by pack animals. At night, campfires would dot the roadsides, each with a pot simmering away. Grains would be boiled in water or ale, and scraps of meat would be thrown in if luck allowed. Herbs plucked from a hedge would be sprinkled in for flavor. Just imagine dozens of little fires flickering in the dark, each one a lifeline for a weary traveler. One curious custom you notice is that soldiers would sometimes boil leather or chew on their belts when their rations ran out, softening them in water until they became edible if barely. It sounds grim, but desperate measures were a part of survival. More often, though, they would forage, netting rabbits, collecting nuts, or digging up roots. Cooking on the road was a gamble, part planning and part improvisation. Experts remain divided on how well-fed medieval armies truly were. Some argue that their logistics kept them supplied with salted meats and bread carts. Others believe that hunger and foraging were constant companions, with the soldiers being perpetually undernourished. You sit beside a fire and you can taste both of those possibilities. One pot full and steaming, another one nearly empty but still being shared among comrades. The truth, as always, wavered with the circumstances. You listen to the soundscape of road cooking, the crackle of twigs feeding the flames, the clink of knives against wooden bowls, the low murmur of travelers trading stories while they wait for their stew to thicken. Horses stamp nearby, the wind sighs through the hedges, and in the distance, you can hear the faint echo of church bells, marking a town that you won't reach tonight. Food on the road is never quiet, never solitary. It's threaded with the noises of movement. Bread, of course, was a staple. Travelers carried dense loaves that could last for days, though they would harden quickly. To soften them, slices would be dunked into broth or ale. Hard cheese was another essential, wrapped up tightly and gnawed on piece by piece. You can picture a pilgrim pulling out a hunk of cheese, breaking it with his knife, and handing half of it to a stranger by the fire. These small exchanges of food turned the road into a place of fellowship. A quirky roadside treat sometimes appeared in the taverns and inns. Pancakes, fried quickly in shallow pans, were sold to travelers for a coin. Unlike the bustling street food of the towns, these were simpler, quieter affairs. An innkeeper's wife would be flipping batter on the hearth, handing hot cakes to weary men who would eat them standing up before moving on. That smell, warm, slightly sweet and comforting, must have been irresistible after days of nothing but stale bread. Cooking on the road also had its own rituals. Pilgrims would often carry scallop shells, not only as badges of their devotion, but also as makeshift spoons and bowls. Just imagine sipping broth from a seashell under the stars. The line between the sacred and the practical would blur in the simplest of gestures. There's an odd note about the military camps. Large cauldrons would sometimes feed entire companies. The stews were bulked out with whatever could be seized or requisitioned. Bones, barley, cabbage, even turnip tops went in, bubbling together into a communal meal. The soldiers would grumble about the monotony, but the rhythm of ladling out stew to hundreds of men gave the armies a kind of cohesion. You can sense how food, however plain, became a form of discipline. And of course, the road was dangerous. Fires had to be built quickly and watched carefully, lest bandits or enemies see their glow. Sometimes, meals were skipped entirely for the sake of stealth. Other times, a sudden raid meant that pots were overturned, food was wasted, and the soldiers went hungry until the next village could be reached. Cooking on the road was never guaranteed. It was a fragile hope in a world of uncertainty. As you sit by the fire, you inhale the smell of oats thickening in the pot. You hear the hiss of fat dripping into the flames, and you feel the heat against your palms. The stew isn't rich, but it's hot, and that's what matters most. After miles of cold marching, you dip your bread into the bowl, you chew slowly, and you let your body ease. Around you, voices fade into the night. Travelers curl up under their cloaks, and only the fire continues its soft crackle. When dawn comes, the pots will be scraped clean, the fires will be stamped out, and the road will call again. Cooking on the move is fleeting, here one night and gone the next, but it leaves behind its comfort, however brief. And as you shoulder your imaginary pack and step back onto the dusty road, you realize that medieval cooking wasn't confined to hearths or halls. It burned at the roadside too, glowing in the dark, warming bodies and spirits just long enough to keep them moving forward. You leave the dusty roadside fires behind and follow the sound of creaking timbers and snapping sails. Before you stretches the deck of a medieval ship, its ropes taut, its planks slick with salt spray. Here, the hearth is gone, the road has been replaced by rolling waves, and cooking must be reinvented. Tonight, you are stepping into the cramped galley of a ship, where salted beef and hard biscuit dominate, and every meal is a battle against both hunger and the sea. Maritime records make it clear that seafaring diets were brutally plain. Sailors lived on salted meat, beef, pork, or fish. That was barreled and brined until it was almost indistinguishable from leather. Alongside it came ship's biscuit, a dense, dry bread that was baked rock hard so it could withstand months of storage. These biscuits were so tough that sailors often had to soak them in broth or ale before they could even attempt to chew them. Just imagine lifting one to your teeth, only to feel it resist like a piece of wood. To soften it, you'd have to dunk it, wait, and then finally bite, feeling grateful even as you pick the weevils out of the crumbs. A peculiar practice was the constant reuse of the cooking water. On long voyages, fresh water was scarce, so the kitchens or galleys would recycle the same brine to boil the meat again and again. The flavor would grow stronger, saltier, and sometimes even nauseating, but necessity forced endurance. You can just picture a pot bubbling away in the corner of a rocking galley, the liquid thick with days of use, and the sailors grimacing as they raise their spoons. Experts remain divided over how nutritious these ship diets really were. Some argue that the salted meats and biscuits sustained the crews adequately, providing them with calories and strength. Others point to the widespread accounts of scurvy, malnutrition, and exhaustion, suggesting that the preserved food, stripped of its freshness, weakened the sailors over time. You lean on the railing and you can imagine both of those realities. One voyage where the men sing while they're chewing on their biscuit, and another one where swollen gums and aching joints mark every single bite. The galley itself is tiny, squeezed into a corner of the ship. Fires at sea were incredibly dangerous, so the cooking was done in iron boxes that were filled with sand, the flames controlled very tightly. The smoke would curl low, pressed down by the wind. The smell is heavy: boiled beef, damp wood, wet rope, and always the smell of salt. Endless salt. A cook stirs a pot, bracing himself as the deck lurches beneath him. Every single movement is a negotiation with the sea. Another oddity you can't help but notice is the use of ale or wine instead of water. Barrels of liquid took up precious space, but they were much safer to drink than stagnant water. The sailors would drink a weak ale daily, just enough to slake their thirst. The stronger drink, like brandy, was saved for storms or celebrations, for warming their frozen bodies. You can picture the mugs being passed around after a safe landfall, the taste of the ale sweeter than gold in that moment. And then there were the small luxuries. Cheese, onions, and dried beans would sometimes appear in the rations, breaking up the monotony. The sailors would catch fish whenever they could, hauling them in from nets that were thrown over the side, their scales glittering in the sunlight. A sudden catch meant a feast, the galley suddenly alive with the sound of sizzling fat, the laughter louder than the waves. For one night, the sea would feel generous. Still, most days were completely monotonous. Biscuit, salt meat, and a ladle of broth. The rhythm was as steady as the waves. You can hear the clatter of the wooden bowls, the muttered complaints, and the occasional joke made at the expense of the cook. The food bound the crew together, not in joy, but in a shared endurance. Curiously, rank mattered even here. The officers would sometimes eat better, their meals seasoned with spices or sweetened with a little sugar. The sailors would glance enviously as their captains dined on slightly softer bread or fresher meat. Even out on the open sea, hierarchy sat at the table. The sounds around you sharpen, the creak of the rigging, the slap of the sails, the crash of the waves against the hull. Below deck, spoons scrape against the bowls and mugs clink against teeth. A sailor hums a tune, trying to drown out the endless taste of salt. The smell of brine clings to everything: their clothes, their skin, their food. You can feel it in your own nose, sharp and relentless. There's a darker note, too. The rations would often spoil. The meat would go rancid and the biscuit would get moldy. The sailors would cut away the worst parts, hold their noses, and eat it anyway. Hunger rarely gave them the luxury of refusal. Some diaries describe maggoty biscuits being eaten in the dark, so that the men didn't have to see what was wriggling in their food. You shudder at the thought, but you also marvel at the stubbornness it took to chew, swallow, and live another day. And yet, in the middle of all that bleakness, a camaraderie grew. Meals on deck meant shared hardship, laughter that was forced through grim bites of food. Stories were swapped, songs were sung, and for a brief time the monotony of the sea was broken by human warmth. A pot of stew, thin, salty, and unappealing, still managed to gather the men together. As you step back up to the deck, the wind slaps your face, and the horizon stretches out endlessly before you. The ship rocks, the sails groan, and the memory of biscuit and broth lingers in your mouth. you realize that cooking at sea wasn't about pleasure. It was about endurance, discipline, and survival against waves that cared nothing for their hunger. And still, with every chew of a tough biscuit or sip of a briny stew, the sailors carried their world forward, toward ports unknown, toward battles, and toward home. The food here was the thin rope that was stretched between despair and determination, stretched taut, but never quite breaking. The salty tang of the galley still clings to your nostrils as you step ashore, but your path doesn't take you back to cozy hearths or bustling markets. Tonight, you're drawn to the darker side of medieval kitchens, to the hazards that lurked wherever fire, boiling water, and iron tools gathered. In an age before fireproof bricks, oven mitts, or even the very concept of workplace safety, cooking wasn't just exhausting labor, it was perilous. And the scars of those dangers etched themselves into the bodies and memories of those who cooked. Household accounts and manorial court records make it abundantly clear that fire was the ever-present threat. With open hearths at the center of their homes, sparks would leap freely from the crackling logs. The thatched roofs above would catch the embers like tinder, and countless villages recorded entire rows of houses being lost to accidental kitchen blazes. Just imagine sitting down to supper when a stray spark ignites a bundle of straw that's been stored too close, the flames racing faster than any buckets of water could douse them. Cooking could transform a simple meal into a catastrophe in a matter of heartbeats. A particularly vivid detail comes from descriptions of boiling accidents. The cauldrons, large enough to feed a family or an entire army, hung precariously from chains or sat on tripods above the open flames. They could tip easily, and when they spilled, gallons of scalding broth would surge across the dirt floors. Children often played too near the fire, and court rolls occasionally note the tragic deaths of children by scalding. You wince as you picture a servant stumbling, a pot swinging loose, and boiling fat splattering across their bare arms. Even a minor splash would leave burns that would scar them for life. Modern historians are still undecided about how common these accidents truly were. Some argue that villagers who were raised around fire from birth became adept at managing the risk and suffered fewer mishaps than we might imagine. Others insist that the prevalence of scars, burns, and the records of household fires prove that the danger was constant. As you crouch near a hearth, you can feel both of those possibilities, the practiced caution on one side and the ever-lurking risk on the other. Oddly enough, some kitchens did have their own primitive safety measures. Wealthier households would install hearth screens made of wood or leather to block the sparks. Cooks would wrap cloths around their hands to lift hot irons, the ancestor of our modern oven mitts. And yet, despite these small efforts, danger was never far away. Even the tools themselves carried a risk. Sharp knives would slip, heavy pans would topple, and spits would jab when they were turned too carelessly. The kitchen was less a cozy nook and more a battlefield disguised as a home. The soundscape of these hazards fills your ears. Sparks hiss as they strike damp wood. Logs shift suddenly, sending showers of embers out into the air. Pots groan as they boil too violently, their lids rattling. The clink of knives meets the sharp yelp of a finger that's been nicked mid-chop. In the background, children cry, dogs bark, and voices shout warnings. A medieval kitchen sounded alive not just with the sounds of food, but with the sounds of peril. And there were more insidious dangers, too. Inhaling smoke day after day led to chronic coughs, watery eyes, and lungs that were blackened long before old age set in. Women, especially, bore this burden, their bodies marked not only by burns but by the toll of the constant smoke. To sit in a kitchen was to live inside a fog, day and night. Imagine breathing so shallowly that you feel dizzy, but still having to stir the pot because your family needs supper. One curious anecdote lingers in the guild records. In some cities, bakers were forbidden from living above their own ovens because the fear of fire was just too great. Yet many of them ignored the rule, unwilling to leave their livelihoods unattended. You can imagine drifting off to sleep above a glowing oven, knowing that any stray spark could end your home by morning. Danger was accepted, not eliminated. Children, too, bore the risks. They would fetch water from the wells, tote wood to the fires, and sometimes act as turnspit boys, crouched way too close to the flames. Their small bodies were especially vulnerable to burns and smoke, but necessity left no alternative. Every pair of hands, however small, had to help, even if they were blistered in the process. And then there was the risk of the food itself. Without refrigeration, spoiled meat or sour milk could sicken entire households. Bad grains sometimes carried the ergot fungus, which led to convulsions and even madness. While medieval people didn't understand microbes, they certainly knew the stomach pains, the fevers, and the deaths that followed bad food. Cooking was both a shield and a hazard. It made food safer, but not always safe enough. The irony is absolutely striking. The very same fire that symbolized warmth and life also stalked families with danger. Every meal was cooked on a knife's edge between nourishment and disaster. Yet people persevered, generation after generation, accepting the burns and the scars as a part of the bargain of survival. As you step back from the hearth, you run a hand over a blackened beam that's been scarred by an old blaze. The kitchen smells of smoke, fat, and faintly of the charred wood that tells stories of past accidents. You exhale, realizing that medieval cooking wasn't all romantic candlelight and rustic charm. It was a risk that was taken daily, a risk that was endured silently, woven into every single spoonful of stew. The night outside feels cooler after all the heat and the hazard. Stars shine above the roofs that still bear the soot stains from old fires. And you walk on, carrying the knowledge that every bite of bread, every sip of broth in the Middle Ages was earned not only with labor, but also with risk, the peril of flame, smoke, blade, and pure chance. You step away from the blackened beams of fire-scarred kitchens and follow the sound of scraping pots and splashing water. The smell of smoke still lingers, but now it's mingling with the acrid tang of grease and the sour scent of leftover broth. Tonight, you are not sitting beside lords or peasants. You are crouched low with the servants, the lowest of the low, those who bore the filth of medieval kitchens on their own shoulders. These are the scullions and the kitchen drudges, and their lives reveal the back-breaking underside of every single meal. Manorial rolls and household records mention them often, but only in passing. They were boys or girls, sometimes as young as 8 years old, who were tasked with the very worst jobs. They would haul buckets of water, scrub greasy pots, pluck poultry until their hands blistered, and scour the rush-covered floors that were blackened with spilled fat. While noble guests were admiring the golden pies upstairs, these servants were working knee-deep in grime down below. If the cooks were artisans, then the drudges were the invisible shadows, necessary but rarely ever remembered. One grimly fascinating detail is the sheer volume of cleaning that they faced. After a single noble feast, dozens of trenchers, those thick bread plates, had to be cleared, dried, and sometimes fed to the dogs or the beggars. Great cauldrons, blackened with soot and crusted with porridge, needed to be scraped with sand or rushes. The knives and spits that were dripping with grease had to be polished until they gleamed again. Just imagine scrubbing iron with freezing water in midwinter, your fingers raw, only to have the very same pot blackened again the next day. Researchers remain divided on whether these lowest of servants were paid at all. Some suggest they earned a pittance in coin or maybe just some leftover food. Others argue they were simply maintained, given a bed of straw in a corner, and whatever scraps were left from the table. Either way, their lives revolved around endless, back-breaking toil. You watch a boy heaving a cauldron that's almost too big for him, his arms trembling, and you realize that his contribution won't ever be remembered, though without him, no meal could ever have been served. A curious custom sometimes gave these drudges a bitter kind of reward. Leftover ale dregs, sour and flat, would be poured into wooden cups for them. The crusts of white bread, too stale for noble mouths, would become their supper. The scraps that were fed to the servants were often better than a peasant's normal diet, yet the inequality was incredibly stark. The servants ate only after their masters, and often their food was cold. You can just picture them huddled in the corners, gnawing on bones while the sounds of laughter echoed from above. The soundscape here is different from the feast halls. You can hear the clatter of pots being tossed into troughs, the slush of water, and the scrape of sand against metal. The voices are low, weary, and punctuated by sighs. Occasionally, there's a sharp bark of orders from the cook, reminding the drudges of their place. The air is thick with steam and grease, clinging to their skin and their clothes so deeply that no amount of washing could ever truly remove it. There's danger here, too. Heavy spits could be dropped on bare toes, knives could slip in small hands, and boiling broth could splash onto their arms. Scullions were expendable in the eyes of their employers. Another child could always be hired to replace them. And yet, for some, this work was the first rung on the ladder. A boy who scrubbed pots might someday learn to chop herbs, then how to stir a stew, and perhaps even rise to be a cook's assistant. For most, though, the drudgery was permanent, a life of grease, burns, and complete exhaustion. One odd little note appears in some satirical poems. The scullions were often mocked for their smell. Kitchen boys, some of the verses sneered, reek of onions and smoke. The insult reveals a simple truth. The kitchen labor left its mark on the body itself. Smells clung to their hair and their skin, and grime became embedded in their nails. Even when they were walking through a market, their identity was betrayed by their scent. To be a scullion was to carry your work with you always, whether you wanted to or not. And yet, there was a resilience here. The servants would joke among themselves, swapping scraps of a song while they worked. They would carve messages into the wood of the benches, or leave their initials on the walls, small acts of defiance against their own invisibility. They would steal mouthfuls of food whenever they could, laughing quietly as though they were sharing a secret victory. Even in all the drudgery, they found ways to be human. As you stand in the steam-filled scullery, you watch a girl scrub a pan until her fingers start to bleed. She pauses, blows on her hands, and then picks up the rag again. Around her, the others keep working, their heads bent, their shoulders hunched. They don't expect any gratitude or any comfort. Their reward is survival, a place by the fire's edge, and the hope of a meal when the masters are finally done. You step back out into the cool night, the echo of the scraping and the sighing still in your ears. Above, the noble halls are still feasting, the gardens are still growing, and the markets are still bustling. But beneath it all lies this hidden labor, the drudges who scrubbed and carried and endured so that others could dine. Their names are forgotten, their faces are lost, yet their toil clings to every roasted goose and every gilded pie. Without them, medieval cooking would have simply collapsed in a pile of grease and ash. You leave the scullery's steam and smoke behind, but your feet carry you not to another hall or hearth this time, but into the quieter shadows of a cloister. Here, the voices are low, the footsteps are deliberate, and the smell is gentler, herbs drying in bundles, fresh bread baking in stone ovens, and fish stewing with almonds in great pots. Tonight you are stepping into a monastery kitchen, where cooking was not just about feeding mouths, but about serving discipline, devotion, and the rhythms of prayer. Monastic records, particularly those from the Benedictine and Cistercian houses, show just how central food was to the life of the monks. Their days were measured by the ringing of bells, prayer at dawn, labor at midday, reflection at dusk, and in between, meals that would punctuate the silence. Unlike the noble feasts, which shouted their wealth in spices and sugar, the monastic meals whispered of humility. Bread, vegetables, beans, fish, and ale made up their staples, with meat being restricted except for the sick. It was nourishment for the body, but it was always tied to the care of the soul. One detail that's carved clearly into the monastic rules is the prohibition of meat from four-footed animals for healthy monks. This didn't mean they were starved. Fish, poultry, eggs, and dairy were still allowed, but it shaped their diet into something very distinct. Just imagine sitting in a refectory, hearing only the scrape of wooden spoons and the faint drone of a monk reading aloud from scripture while the others eat in complete silence. For the monks, food was never detached from learning and discipline. And yet, a curious contradiction runs through the history of these kitchens. Archaeological digs at monasteries often uncover the bones of pigs, cattle, and sheep, evidence that meat was eaten more often than the rules might suggest. Some scholars believe that loopholes were being exploited. The kitchens that were located in the infirmaries, where meat was technically allowed for the sick, ended up feeding entire communities. You can almost see a monk shrugging, sliding a platter of beef across a table, and murmuring that perhaps everyone here was feeling a little unwell today. Historians remain divided on how austere the monastic food truly was. Some point to the lavish accounts of banquets in the wealthy abbeys, with spiced fish, almond sauces, and even imported wines. Others insist that the ideal of simplicity endured, with the monks genuinely living on beans, bread, and greens from their own gardens. As you walk through the cloister kitchen, you can sense the tension between the rule and the reality, between asceticism and the human craving for taste. The sounds here are calmer than in the noble kitchens, but they're no less busy. A brother pounds herbs in a mortar, the rhythmic thud echoing like a chant. Another one stirs a pot of pea pottage, the steam curling into the sunlight that's slanting through the narrow windows. A third ladles ale into pitchers, the liquid splashing quietly. There is chatter, but it's hushed, mindful of the silence that's expected at mealtimes. The air is warm with the smell of bread baking in the ovens, brown loaves shaped neatly and set out in rows, like obedient monks themselves. Herbs play a starring role here. The monastic gardens were famed not only for their leeks, onions, and cabbages, but also for their medicinal plants: sage, mint, fennel, and dill. These seasoned the pottages and the sauces, but they also healed coughs, eased stomachaches, and treated wounds. The kitchen and the infirmary would blur together. Just imagine a brother steeping time for a broth that could soothe both hunger and a fever, the very same ladle serving both body and soul. Fish was the king of monastic protein. Rivers and artificial ponds supplied them with carp, pike, and eels, while salted herring would arrive by cart for the winter meals. Almond milk was often used to prepare the fish stews, especially during the fasts when dairy was restricted. The result was dishes that were both humble and elegant, golden with saffron if the abbey was wealthy, or plain but hearty if it was not. You can picture a steaming bowl of fish in an almond broth, fragrant and smooth, being served to a hall of monks who are bent in a prayerful silence. Oddly enough, the monks' insistence on regular meals, 2 a day for much of the year and 1 during the stricter fasts, meant that they often ate more steadily than the peasants did. While villagers might go hungry in the winter or during a famine, the monasteries, with their vast estates and their tithes, ensured a constant food supply. For all their vows of simplicity, the monks frequently lived healthier, longer lives than the laypeople who lived outside their walls. To sit in the refectory was, in some ways, to sit at a safer table. A quirky glimpse of this comes from the treat of the pittance, which was extra food that was granted on feast days. These might include cheese, eggs, or even pastries that were sweetened with a little honey. You can just imagine the quiet delight of the monks on a saint's day, breaking from their usual fare to savor a small custard tart or a dish that's been sprinkled with sugar. No cheers or laughter would have echoed, only a serene gratitude. But under all the discipline, a little joy still flickered. The refectory itself is a solemn place. Long wooden tables stretch out beneath vaulted ceilings. Each monk sits in his proper order with no one speaking. As a reader recites from the scripture at a lectern, you can hear the gentle scrape of spoons, the clink of jugs, and the rustle of habits shifting. The silence transforms the act of eating into a form of meditation. Every single bite is deliberate, every sip a reminder of humility. To you, it feels almost otherworldly, food as a prayer, not a performance. And yet, the contradictions persist. The chronicles describe abbots who would dine privately on rich fare, or abbeys that were accused of an indulgence that rivaled the noble courts. Food reflected power even within the walls that were dedicated to God. The balance between the ascetic ideal and the human appetite wavered constantly, and the kitchens became places where that tension simmered as visibly as the pots. As dusk falls, you walk through the cloister garden one last time. The smell of herbs lingers, mingling with the scents of bread and fish. The bells toll for Compline, the last prayer of the day, and the brothers move in silence to their cells. Behind them, the kitchen fire glows low, its pots all washed, its ovens now cooling. The rhythm will begin again tomorrow, as steady as the prayers, as humble as the bread. You step out under the night sky, carrying with you the image of monks spooning pottage in silence, their meals tied not to indulgence but to discipline. In their kitchens, food was never just sustenance. It was devotion, measured out in ladles, with fasting and feasting woven seamlessly into the divine order. The monastery bells fade behind you as your feet crunch along a country road that's lined with hedges. Ahead of you rises a timber-framed house with smoke curling from its chimney. This isn't a peasant's hut or a noble's hall, but something in between, the home of a medieval merchant or a prosperous farmer. Tonight, you are stepping into a middling household, where the cooking is more varied, more ambitious, and a little bit closer to the meals that we would recognize today. Manorial and city accounts confirm that these households enjoyed more than just the bare minimum, but they lacked the sheer extravagance of the castles. Their kitchens balanced practicality with aspiration. Their bread was white when it could be afforded, meats appeared more often, and spices would find their way into the sauces in modest pinches rather than lavish handfuls. The food here reflects not just survival or spectacle, but a kind of hopeful comfort, a family showing the world and themselves that they had made it. One telling feature is the oven that's tucked into the corner of the kitchen. Unlike the peasants, who had to rely on the communal bakehouses, prosperous families sometimes had their own private bread ovens. They would bake their loaves weekly, the smell of fresh wheat bread drifting through the village and announcing their prosperity to every passing nose. Just imagine tearing open such a loaf, a soft, pale crumb inside, a crust that crackles under your fingertips, while the neighbors are gnawing their way through their coarse rye bread. The bread itself was a declaration of status. A small but delightful custom emerges in the use of dairy. Families of means could keep their own cows or goats, turning the milk into butter and cheese, not only for their own tables but also for sale. Butter especially flavored the dishes in ways that peasants could rarely ever experience. A pan hisses as the butter melts, the onions sizzling, transforming a humble stew into something much richer. That golden slick at the bottom of a pan marked a household as being a step above its poorer neighbors. Scholars remain divided on just how middle these meals really felt. Some argue that the middling families ate closer to the peasants, with just a few occasional luxuries. Others insist that they leaned more toward the noble habits, mimicking their betters with spice-laced sauces and multiple courses at their feast times. You sit at their wooden table and you can sense the blend, a hearty cabbage soup that's followed by a small roast hen that's been sprinkled with pepper. It's not extravagant, but it's not meager either. It's something balanced and it's striving upward. The kitchen is lively, but it's not chaotic. A woman stirs a cauldron over the hearth while her daughter kneads dough on a floured board. In the corner, a boy churns butter, his arms aching as the wooden dash clunks rhythmically. A servant plucks the feathers from a goose, tossing them into a basket that will later be used for pillows. The smell is warm and savory, with the broth thickening, the bread rising and the herbs drying above the fire. One curious detail is the crock of pickled vegetables that's resting against the wall. Prosperous families had both the means and the patience to pickle cabbage, carrots, and even garlic in vinegar, giving themselves sharp, tangy flavors all through the winter. A spoonful of pickled cabbage could add a brightness to an otherwise heavy meat stew, a small luxury that also spoke of foresight and careful planning. The soundscape here is gentler than in the scullery or the noble hall. Dogs pad across the floor, children chatter, and the fire crackles softly. Pots clink, knives chop, and spoons stir. There is work, yes, but there's also a sense of rhythm, of a routine that feels incredibly homely. The family gathers around the table, not exactly as equals. Perhaps the father receives the choicest piece of meat, but with far more comfort and balance than the peasants could ever dream of. Oddly enough, this middle layer of society helped to create new flavors. The cookbooks that survive from this period often reflect their tastes. Sauces were thickened with breadcrumbs and flavored with parsley or sage, and pies were filled with minced meat, apples, and raisins. Fritters were dusted with sugar when the purse allowed for it. These weren't everyday dishes, but they appeared often enough to mark the household as neither starving nor extravagant. You bite into a spiced meat pie in your imagination, the savory sweet filling surprising but deeply satisfying. Another curious note is that these households would brew their own ale too, but often in stronger batches than the peasants did, as they were able to afford more malt. Their ale had body and warmth, and it could even be sold to their neighbors, making their kitchens small centers of community trade. You can picture the mugs clinking as neighbors drop by, gossiping while they're sipping the merchant's fresh brew. The food here wasn't only consumed, it circulated, binding the social ties of the community. The garden outside supplies the vegetables and herbs, but the family also supplements with purchases from the town: pepper, ginger, and sometimes saffron in small pinches. A pot of fish stew bubbles away, its pale broth brightened with a single thread of golden saffron. It's a rare treat, but one that the merchant insists on for a guest. Even the smallest dash of an exotic spice says, "We belong to a bigger world." And yet the dangers still linger. Fires can flare up, knives can slip, and children can scald themselves. Rats and insects can creep toward the stores of grain and cheese, forcing a constant vigilance. Despite all their prosperity, the family still lives close to the edge. One bad harvest, one failed trade voyage, and they could tumble right back toward the peasant life. Cooking in these homes carried not just flavor but a fragile hope. Each meal was a sign that their fortune still held steady. As the evening settles in, you sit at their table. Bowls of pottage arrive first, richer than a peasant's but still familiar. Then comes the roasted goose, carved carefully and shared out in slices. Bread is passed around, butter is spread thick, and pickled cabbage is ladled out. Ale is poured, mugs clink, and laughter fills the hall. The children squirm, the dogs beg, and yet it feels warm, human, and steady. It's not the luxury of the nobles, nor the struggle of the peasants, but something in between. The smell of roasting meat and baking bread fills the rafters, lingering in your clothes. As you step outside, the stars prick the sky, and the house glows softly through its shutters. You walk away realizing that in medieval cooking, the middle mattered. These families bridged the extremes, blending survival with aspiration and shaping the tastes that would slowly, over centuries, become the very foundation of our modern cuisine. Cooking here was more than just sustenance. It was a statement. We are not poor, and we're not yet rich, but we are striving and we are holding on. The merchant's hearth fades behind you, and your feet follow the muffled sound of clinking bells, murmured prayers, and distant chanting. You find yourself entering the courtyard of a leper hospital on the outskirts of the town, where the charity kitchens are simmering with pots of broth that are meant not for show, but for mercy. Tonight, you stand at the edge of a very different medieval table, one where food was medicine, charity, and sometimes the only act of dignity that was left to the sick and the poor. It is well recorded in monastic and civic accounts that the hospitals in the Middle Ages were less like our modern medical institutions and more like refuges. They were places where the ill, the poor, and travelers could receive care in the form of shelter, prayers, and food. The cooking here was shaped not by luxury or even by household need, but by a Christian sense of duty. The pot in these kitchens represented compassion that had been made edible, with a spoonful of broth becoming both nourishment and a sacrament. One detail that lingers in these records is the reliance on gruels and broths. The sick could rarely handle heavy bread or salted meat, so the kitchens specialized in thin porridges made from oats or barley, often enriched with herbs that were thought to have healing powers. Just picture a bowl of steaming oat gruel that's been flavored with sage to soothe the stomach, fennel to calm a cough, or mint to ease digestion. Each sip wasn't only food, it was a form of treatment. And yet here comes a quietly intriguing twist. Some hospitals became known for preparing surprisingly good meals, funded by wealthy donors who were eager to display their piety. The chroniclers describe roast meats, fish, and even sweet custards being served on feast days to the patients. Just imagine lying on a straw bed, feeling feverish, and suddenly being handed a cup of spiced wine or a slice of custard tart. For a moment, the illness would have felt less like a punishment and more like a participation in God's grace. Historians remain divided on how widespread this generosity truly was. Some argue that the charity kitchens fed people regularly with decent food. Others believe that such accounts reflect only rare occasions, with most of the patients subsisting on a watery broth and stale bread. You stand in the smoky kitchen and you can hear both of those possibilities. A pot of barley gruel bubbling away endlessly, and beside it, a tray of honey cakes being brought out on a saint's day. Mercy was inconsistent, but it did exist. The sounds here are quieter than in the noble halls, and humbler than in the market stalls. You can hear the scrape of ladles against the cauldrons, the soft coughs of the patients who are waiting, and the murmured prayers of the nuns as they stir herbs into the boiling water. The smell is pungent, rosemary, sage, and garlic steeping in the broth. Garlic, especially, was prized, as it was believed to drive out sickness, its sharp scent filling the air like an invisible armor. One curious custom comes from the almsgiving that would happen at the hospital gates. On certain days, the kitchens would prepare extra bread and pottage to hand out to the poor who were waiting outside. Long lines of beggars would stretch down the road, their bowls in their hands, as the cook ladled the thin stew into each one. It was both an act of mercy and a ritual, an extension of the church's duty. You can picture the shuffle of bare feet, the clink of wooden bowls, the whispered thanks, and the quiet hope that tomorrow's pot would be just as full. Inside, the patients eat slowly, their bowls balanced on their laps. Some are too weak to lift their own spoons, so the attendants feed them gently. Others nibble on bread that's been softened in the broth, their hands trembling. The silence is heavy, but it's not hopeless. The food here is not just calories. It is comfort, proof that someone sees you, that someone cares enough to stir a pot for you. Oddly enough, the medical theories of the time shaped these meals as much as charity did. The doctors and the nuns believed strongly in the humors of the body: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. And food was prescribed to restore the balance. A patient with a fever might be given a cooling lettuce broth, while someone who was weak from blood loss might be served red wine or spiced meat to warm their body. To our modern ears, it sounds strange, but in the medieval world, dinner was a form of diagnosis. A peculiar tidbit from some hospital records notes the preparation of almond milk, even for the sick. Almonds were costly, but their smooth, digestible quality made them ideal for invalids. Just imagine sipping a bowl of warm almond broth, creamy and slightly sweet, while you're lying in a straw bed, surrounded by murmured prayers. For those brief moments, life's hardships would have eased. The danger of fire and burns haunted these kitchens, too, but here, the cooks faced additional burdens. Patients would vomit, spill their bowls, or demand food at odd hours. The kitchen staff became caretakers as much as they were cooks. A nun might be chopping leeks with one hand while steadying a patient with the other. Compassion would blur into labor, and labor would blur into exhaustion. Yet there were moments of grace. Feast days would transform the refectory into a place of celebration, even for the sick. The porridge would give way to meat pies, the thin ale to spiced wine, and the watery stews to honeyed custards. For a few hours, the patients would feast like nobles, and the kitchen would ring with laughter instead of coughs. You can imagine the pure joy of biting into a sweet fritter after weeks of nothing but broth, the smile spreading across a tired face. And then, when the feast had ended, life would return to its simplicity: barley gruel, rye bread, and thin ale. But even in its plainness, that food mattered. It was survival, dignity, and charity all wrapped up together. You can almost taste the faint sweetness of honey that's been drizzled into a gruel, a small mercy in a world that often offered none. As you leave the hospital kitchen, the smell of herbs and broth follows you out into the night. Behind you, voices murmur prayers, ladles scrape against the pots, and bowls clink softly. Ahead, the town lies quiet, its streets now empty. And you carry the thought with you that medieval cooking was not only about feeding the strong or entertaining the powerful. It was also about tending to the weak, the poor, and the forgotten. The food in these kitchens was never grand, rarely rich, and often meager, but it was infused with compassion, with the belief that to feed someone was to serve God Himself. And perhaps in its simplicity, this was the most profound cooking of all. You step away from the charitable hush of the hospital and into a more raucous setting. The road ahead winds upward to a castle that's perched on a hill, its stone walls looming against the twilight sky. Inside, the kitchens are roaring, not with the quiet discipline of the monks or the weary sighs of the scullions, but with the thunder of preparation for a feast of great political consequence. Tonight, you are entering the world of banqueting diplomacy, where every roasted swan and every gilded pie carried not only flavor, but also messages of alliance, rivalry, and power. The court rolls and chronicles confirm that medieval rulers used banquets as tools of politics. A king's feast was never merely about satisfying hunger. It was about dazzling any visiting nobles, impressing foreign ambassadors, and binding their vassals together with the glue of a shared abundance. The meal itself became a stage where alliances were negotiated between the courses, and where the absence of a dish or the placement of a guest could speak louder than any words. One fact that jumps out from the records is the staggering scale of these events. At coronations or weddings, the kitchens would prepare hundreds of dishes, oxen roasted whole, fountains of wine flowing freely, and custards and pies lining the tables in glittering rows. You can picture a hall that's lit with hundreds of candles, the smoke curling up in the rafters, the air heavy with the sense of roasting meat, spices, and perfume. The roar of the voices and the clink of the goblets is deafening. This is less a supper and more a symphony of status. A strange but fascinating detail emerges in the practice of disguising food as something else, which was known as subtleties. These dishes could be made to look like castles, saints, or heraldic beasts. A pie might conceal a whole bird that would fly out when it was cut, and sugar paste was sculpted into knights or angels and dyed with bright colors. The guests would gasp, applaud, and whisper in awe. It was edible theater that was designed to both impress and intimidate. You can just imagine the ripple that would go through the crowd as a roasted peacock is served, its feathers reattached, its body shimmering with gold leaf. Historians still debate whether these extravagant dishes were genuinely eaten or if they were mostly just admired. Some argue that the subtleties were largely symbolic, carried in, displayed, and then whisked away before being consumed. Others insist that the diners devoured them eagerly, both as a spectacle and as a substance. Standing at the back of the hall, you can feel the tension. Do you bite into the sugar castle, or do you leave it as a memory? Either way, the message is clear. Wealth and power can be cooked into a visible form. The kitchen beneath all this spectacle is a storm of activity. Spits are turning with venison, boar, and fowl. Cauldrons are boiling fish stews for those who are keeping to the fasting rules. Ovens are baking custards that have been sweetened with sugar and spiced with cinnamon. Cooks are shouting orders. Apprentices are running with trays, and dogs are darting between legs, scavenging for any scraps. The noise is relentless. The heat is staggering and the smell is intoxicating. Roasted flesh, saffron-dyed sauces, and honey-glazed pastries. You almost feel drunk on the aroma alone. Another curious custom is that the place settings themselves were symbolic. The nobles would receive white bread trenchers, which were finer and softer, while the lesser guests would eat from darker loaves. The closer you sat to the high table, the better your food would be, the finer your cup, and the more spiced your dish. The seating wasn't just about comfort. It was a visible map of favor and power. Just imagine the quiet envy of a knight who's been served plain mutton while his lord dines on a gilded swan. You watch as the dishes arrive in a grand procession. Trumpets blare, servants carry the platters aloft, and the voices in the hall hush. Each course is announced like a proclamation. First come the stews thick with almonds. Then come the pies filled with venison and prunes. Then come the roasted cranes and peacocks, followed by the sweets and the subtleties. The wine flows, the goblets clink, and the laughter rises. The hall becomes a living stage where food is the script. And yet behind all the spectacle, the politics are simmering. At one end of the table, an envoy tastes his food carefully, knowing that poison is always a risk. At another, two nobles whisper over their trenchers, negotiating land or a marriage. Every single bite is layered with meaning. You realize that the food here is not neutral. It is a weapon, a bribe, a promise, and a threat, all at once. A peculiar tidbit comes from the descriptions of mess dining, where groups of 4 or 6 would share a single platter. Each group was responsible for dividing the portions fairly, which created both a sense of camaraderie and a potential for tension. Just imagine sharing a roasted goose with 3 other people, with each one of you eyeing the choicest piece, testing both trust and manners in equal measure. It's a microcosm of politics itself, played out on a plate. The soundscape is absolutely thunderous. Minstrels are playing lutes and drums, servants are shouting orders, and the guests are laughing loudly. Dogs are barking, fighting for scraps under the tables. The hall rings with spectacle, but beneath it all lies calculation. To refuse a dish might be to insult the host, while to eat heartily shows trust. Toasting becomes a ritual, the goblets raised not just in cheer but in an affirmation of alliances. Every single swallow becomes a performance, and while the nobles are gorging themselves, the servants are waiting to swoop in for the leftovers. The chronicles describe the tables being stripped bare, with the scraps being carried to the poor who were waiting outside. Whether this was genuine charity or just another performance of piety remains debated, but the line of beggars at the castle gate made the contrast crystal clear: excess within and hunger without. What lingers most is the theatricality of it all. These feasts weren't just meals. They were political theaters where the kitchen became a tool of diplomacy. The spices showed access to the trade networks, the sugar sculptures displayed wealth, and the roasts proved abundance. Even silence or the lack of a particular dish could send a powerful message. To eat in a medieval hall was to read a language that was written in bread, meat, and sauce. As the feast winds down, the air grows heavy with smoke and sweat. The candles gutter, the goblets stand empty, and the guests slump, full and flushed. The minstrels are playing softer now, and the voices are lower. The servants are clearing the bones in the trenchers, and the dogs are licking the greasy floors. Tomorrow the hall will smell sour, but tonight it still gleams. You step outside into the cool night. Behind you the castle glows, its kitchen still echoing with the clatter. Ahead the stars stretch out wide, and the countryside sleeps in silence. You walk away with the realization that medieval cooking wasn't only about feeding people. It was about showing, dazzling, and manipulating them. In the noble halls, food became a spectacle, and in that spectacle, politics simmered unseen, shaping alliances as surely as treaties that were signed on parchment. The noise of the banquet hall fades, its trumpets and laughter swallowed by the quiet of the countryside. Your path carries you away from castles and cloisters, away from markets and hospitals, and into the hushed rhythm of an ordinary village night. Here the light is softer, the air is cooler, and the only sound is the crackle of the hearth fires through the half-opened shutters. Tonight you are stepping into the stillness of a villager's kitchen after dark, where the cooking is no longer a spectacle, but a slow, private ritual. It is noted in household accounts that the evening meals were usually the simplest of the day: bread, perhaps a little cheese, and a pot of pottage that was left to simmer low on the embers. Unlike the feasts or the markets, nothing here clamors for your attention. The meal is functional, quiet, and shared by the light of a candle or the glow of the fire. You sit down on a rough bench, and you realize that in many ways this is the truest face of medieval cooking. Unadorned, uncelebrated, but as steady as the seasons. One grounded detail comes from the descriptions of sop, which was bread that was soaked in broth or ale to soften it. Families would use their trenchers or even old loaves, ladling the hot liquid over them until they swelled up and became edible again. It was economical, with no crumb ever being wasted, and it was comforting on the cold nights. You can just picture the children dunking their crusts into the pot, the steam curling upward, their faces glowing orange in the firelight. A curious little practice was the reuse of the embers to keep the food warm all through the night. The porridge or the stew would be pushed to the hearth's edge, where the heat still lingered, ensuring that something warm could be ladled out in the morning. Families sometimes referred to this as keeping the pot alive. You can imagine waking up before dawn, scooping a spoonful from the very same stew that had fed you the night before, its flavor having deepened from the hours of quiet simmering. Scholars remain divided on whether these evening meals were truly communal or if they were staggered. Some argue that the families always ate together, with the hearth acting as a sacred gathering point. Others suggest that hunger dictated the order, with the fathers or the laborers eating first, while the wives and the children finished whatever remained. You watch a scene unfold before you, a father dipping first into the pot and then handing the spoon to his wife, who ensures that each child receives a portion. The truth lies somewhere in that mixture of care and hierarchy. The soundscape of the night kitchens is a gentle one. The logs pop and crackle. A baby whimpers, but is soothed quickly with a crust that's been dipped in warm broth. The dogs shuffle closer to the hearth, their paws twitching as they dream. Outside, an owl hoots and the fields lie silent. Compared to the roar of the noble feasts, this hush feels like a balm. The cooking here is not about performance, it's about ending the day with warmth. Bread dominates the table, but not the white wheat loaves. Here, the bread is brown, coarse, and sometimes streaked with bran or beans. A mother cuts the slices with a careful hand, passing each piece in turn. Alongside it, a small bowl of peas or beans that have been stewed with leeks provides some substance. A piece of cheese, crumbly and tangy, may appear if the family kept goats or cows. You take a bite in your imagination, the sharp saltiness cutting through the heaviness of the bread and the broth. Another curious observation is the role that storytelling played during these meals. Chronicles and folktales mention families swapping stories at night, their voices low, their bodies leaning in close. Food wasn't only nourishment, it was the setting for an oral tradition. You can almost hear a father telling stories of saints or heroes while his children chew their bread slowly, the rhythm of his voice weaving history into the ordinary act of eating. The candles or the rushlights sputter, their smoke mingling with the scent of the stew. The flickering light softens the edges of their faces, hides the soot stains on the walls, and makes the cottage feel briefly magical. Even poverty glows warmly for just a moment. To you, sitting in that corner, the air feels heavy with simplicity, yet it's filled with a quiet dignity. And yet hunger never disappears completely. The portions are small and the bowls are not always full. A child scrapes at the last bit of broth, hopping for more. The mother shakes her head gently, saving what's left for tomorrow's portion. Survival is measured one spoonful at a time. Still, the family smiles faintly, because at least tonight there is something hot to eat. One peculiar tidbit comes from travelers' accounts. Visitors would often complain about the smoke in the cottages at night. Without proper chimneys, the rooms would fill with a haze that would sting their eyes and their lungs. But the villagers tolerated it, as they were accustomed to living inside clouds of wood smoke. You blink as your eyes begin to water, realizing that this was the price of warmth and supper combined. As the meal ends, the bowls are licked clean, the scraps are tossed to the dog, and the pot is nudged back toward the coals. The children curl up in their straw beds, their bellies warmed just enough for them to fall asleep. Their parents whisper softly, their voices mingling with the faint hiss of the embers. The silence deepens until only the steady breathing of the sleepers and the occasional pop of the wood remain. This nightly rhythm was repeated for centuries, unchanged across all the villages. There were no gilded pies, no peacock feasts, just bread, broth, cheese, and firelight. And yet, in its very plainness lay the strength of medieval life. Without these quiet suppers, there could be no markets, no guild feasts, and no noble banquets. The grand stages all rested on the humble scaffolding of the nightly bowls of pottage. As you step out into the night, the cottage behind you glows faintly, the smoke curling up from the roof. The stars are scattered above the fields and the village lies hushed. You walk away carrying the memory of the warmth, of the simple broth on the coarse bread, of the whispered stories that were told by firelight. Medieval cooking was not only about spectacle or survival, it was also about these small, steady rituals of home. The quiet of the village hearth still lingers as you walk farther into the countryside, where the land itself tells a story of food. The wind smells faintly of tilled soil and manure, and in the distance, you can hear the creak of a plow being pulled by oxen. Tonight, your path leads you not into a kitchen, but out into the open fields, where the farming and the food production began long before any pots and pans transformed it. For without the fields, no hearth, no banquet, and no market could ever exist. The cooking in the Middle Ages started with the soil. It is firmly recorded in manorial accounts and agricultural treatises that most medieval people lived directly from the land. Grain was king, oats, barley, rye, and where it was possible, wheat. These grains became bread, pottage, and ale, the very staples of the everyday diet. Every autumn harvest time was a complete frenzy. The men would be cutting, the women would be gleaning, and the children would be carrying the sheaves. A family's survival through the winter hinged on these few short weeks. Just imagine the fields humming with the sound of scythes, the air thick with the smell of ripe grain, the sound of laughter mixed with anxiety. One strikingly curious detail is the communal nature of the farming. The villages operated on the open field system, where strips of land were worked by different families but were shared in rotation. No fences divided them, so cooperation was absolutely essential. The families would help each other with the plowing and the sowing, and the rhythm of the planting and the harvesting bound the communities together. You can picture the men trudging side by side behind the plows, their breath steaming in the air, while the women scatter the seed in wide arcs across the soil. Food production was less an individual effort and more a collective choreography. Scholars continue to debate how efficient this system truly was. Some argue that it was wasteful, leaving the land fallow too often. Others insist that it was sustainable, protecting the soil from exhaustion and ensuring that everyone had a stake in it. As you stand in the windswept field, you can sense both sides of the argument, the frustration of the slow progress, and the relief of a shared survival. The soundscape of agriculture is steady and rough. The hooves thud into the mud, the plow blades scrape against the stones, and the sickles swish through the stalks. The carts rattle under the weight of the sheaves. Voices rise in calls across the fields, punctuated by the barks of the dogs that are guarding the livestock. It's not glamorous, but it is the heartbeat beneath every single medieval meal. Grain wasn't the only crop. Beans, peas, cabbages, and onions filled the gardens and the fields, supplementing their diets. Turnips and parsnips provided bulk, while leeks thrived in the damp soil. Orchards of apples and pears dotted the villages, their fruit stored in straw or pressed into cider. In the autumn, the smell of fermenting apples would drift across the lanes, a sticky sweetness mingling with the smoke. You pluck an apple in your imagination. It's crisp, tart, and can be eaten fresh or stewed into pies. A peculiar tidbit surfaces in the medieval farming records. Pigeons, which are often seen today as a nuisance, were a prized food. Lords would keep dovecotes, which were tall towers that were filled with nesting pigeons, and their meat and eggs were considered delicacies. The constant cooing of the doves became the background music of the rural estates, their wings providing meat for pies when other supplies ran low. The livestock shaped the cooking, too. The pigs would forage freely in the woods, their grunts echoing as they rooted through the acorns. The sheep would graze on the hillsides, their wool being more valuable than their meat, but still contributing to the mutton stews. The chickens would scratch in every yard, laying eggs that would slip into the pottages or the custards. The cows gave milk for cheese and butter, their lowing punctuating the countryside. You realize that every sound, the grunt, the bleat, the crow, was a promise of food to come. And yet famine was always hovering at the edges. A single bad harvest could send entire communities spiraling into hunger. The chronicles describe desperate years when the bread was mixed with beans, acorns, or even ground ferns. You can imagine chewing on that bitter loaf, the taste of survival more than of nourishment. The fields were both generous and fickle, their bounty never guaranteed. Oddly enough, the weather was discussed as passionately then as celebrity gossip is now. The chroniclers would note the years of endless rain when the grain rotted in the fields, or the summers of brutal drought when nothing sprouted at all. The food began and ended with the sky. A good year meant festivals, while a bad one meant prayers, rationing, and thin stews. You can hear the sigh of the wind over the empty fields, and you can understand the terror of a failed harvest. Processing the harvest was a ritual in itself. The women would grind the grain in querns or carry the sacks to the mills, where the water wheels would clatter as the stones crushed the kernels into flour. The smell of the flour dust would fill the barns, coating their skin and their clothes. The miller, who was often mistrusted for skimming a little extra, became a figure of both necessity and suspicion. Every single loaf of bread, every sip of ale, began with this labor. The agricultural calendar dictated the cooking. In the spring, the pottages would brim with fresh greens, sorrel, spinach, and leeks. In the summer, fruit and fish would abound. In the autumn, pork from the slaughtered pigs would fill the pots, paired with apples and herbs. In the winter, dried beans, salted meats, and pickled vegetables would dominate the meals. The rhythm of the cooking mirrored the rhythm of the soil and the sky. One odd custom that was tied directly to the food production was the harvest feast. After the fields were cleared, the entire village would gather to celebrate. Bread was baked from the first of the grain, ale was brewed from the first of the malt, and meat was roasted from the freshly slaughtered pigs, all shared in a communal joy. These meals, though simple, were sacred, a gratitude that was given for their survival, a hope that was whispered for another year. You can almost hear the fiddles playing, the mugs clinking, and the children darting between the tables while their parents laugh, despite their exhaustion. The sensory richness of the fields clings to you as you leave. You can smell the damp soil, the sweetness of the apples, and the smoke of the burning stubble. You can hear the calls of the men who are driving their oxen home, the creak of the wheels, and the soft cluck of the hens as they settle in for the night. The food begins here, in this mixture of toil and earth, long before the kitchens add their spice or their fire. As the twilight deepens, you step back onto the road, the field stretching out behind you like patchwork quilts. The stars prick the sky and the land quiets down, and you realize that medieval cooking wasn't only about hearths, markets, or banquets. It was rooted in the soil, shaped by the weather, and dependent on the animals and the crops. Every single spoon of pottage, every slice of bread, every mug of ale carried within it the memory of plows, seeds, sweat, and prayers. The cooking, in the end, began not with pots and knives, but with the stubborn faith that the earth would yield, that the rain would fall, and that the sun would shine. It was a hope that was planted in the furrows, harvested in the sheaves, ground into flour, and finally stirred into the cauldrons of daily life. The smell of the damp field still clings to you as you wander onward, but now your path leads you toward a different kind of kitchen, one that belongs not to peasants or monks or nobles, but to the growing class of professional cooks who actually wrote down what they knew. Tonight, you are stepping into the world of medieval cookbooks and written recipes, where the art of preparing food began to crystallize into words, parchment, and memory. It is reliably documented that by the late Middle Ages, collections of recipes had begun to circulate among the wealthy households. The form of curry, which was commissioned by the cooks of King Richard II in England, and La Viandière of Taillevent in France are among the most famous. These weren't everyday guides for the peasants. They were manuals of status, recording the kinds of dishes that were served in the courts, elaborate sauces, spiced roasts, and delicate pastries. The recipes weren't precise instructions, but rather reminders for trained cooks who already knew their craft. Just imagine flipping through a manuscript and finding, take hens, boil them, add almonds and sugar, and serve. There were no measurements, no times, only hints for the skilled. One oddly charming detail about these manuscripts is how often they emphasize color just as much as they do taste. The recipes would instruct the cooks to dye the custards green with parsley, turn the sauces red with sandalwood, or gild the pies with saffron and gold leaf. You can imagine a court kitchen where the cooks are stirring pots of rainbow-colored foods, with each hue being a sign of extravagance. To the medieval diners, the taste was only a part of the spectacle. The appearance mattered just as much. Historians continue to debate who actually used these books. Some argue that they were practical tools for the royal cooks, written to preserve their traditions. Others believe that they served more as symbols of prestige, displayed in the noble libraries to demonstrate their refinement. Perhaps both are true. The cooks would consult them in the smoky kitchens, while the lords would boast of owning them without ever having lifted a ladle themselves. You can picture a nobleman proudly showing a guest his leather-bound recipe book, even though he couldn't have roasted a chicken himself. The soundscape of this world is different from the hearth or the hall. You can hear the scratch of quills on the parchment, the rustle of the pages, and the murmured dictation of the cooks as they translate their actions into words. The pots are still bubbling nearby, and the knives are still clinking, but in the corner, knowledge is being preserved. The smell of the ink mingles with the aroma of the stewing meats, a strange but profound combination, the ephemeral world of taste meeting the permanence of a text. A peculiar tidbit that's hidden in some of the recipes is the presence of humor or even riddles. Certain cookbooks included playful dishes that were designed to surprise the diners. Mock eggs made from almond paste, pies that would release live birds, or roasts that were stuffed with multiple animals, one inside another. This wasn't just food. It was jokes, pranks, and performances. You laugh softly, imagining the moment a guest cuts into a pie, expecting venison, and instead finds pigeons fluttering out across the hall. Another fascinating element is the blending of medicine and cookery. Many of the manuscripts would list foods with their healing properties: fennel to cool the body, ginger to warm it, and almonds to soothe it. The line between a recipe and a remedy blurred constantly. A cook's job wasn't only to please the taste buds, it was to balance the humors, to heal as much as to nourish. You can just imagine a recipe for a chicken broth that's carefully described as being suitable for them that are weak of stomach, both a dish and a prescription. But these books also reveal the vast gap between the classes. The recipes call for saffron, ginger, sugar, and almonds, ingredients that were far out of the reach of ordinary villagers. To read them is to enter a parallel world of privilege. While the peasants were chewing their dark bread, the nobles were following the parchment instructions for gilded custards. You can sense the tension. The written words captured the luxury, while the unwritten traditions carried the survival. The kitchens that birthed these books were alive with sound and sweat. Apprentices would be grinding almonds into a paste, stirring cauldrons of spiced wine, and plucking geese by the dozen. The master cook, with his quill in his hand, would be dictating to a clerk, "Take this and add that and stir until it be enough." There was no precision, because the precision lived in their muscle memory, in their senses that had been honed by years of labor. The manuscript was just a skeleton. The flesh lived in the practice. One quirky note is how these recipes spread. Some were copied by hand and traded as gifts between the noble households. Others would travel across borders, bringing French sauces into the English kitchens or Italian custards into the northern feasts. Food became a kind of diplomacy, with recipes crossing languages and lands long before the age of the printed cookbooks. You can almost see a clerk laboring by candlelight, copying a recipe for an almond tart from a French manuscript into English, the ink blotting as he struggles to translate the word saffron into familiar words. And then there is the question of memory. For most people, the recipes lived in their minds, not on parchment. The mothers would teach their daughters, and the cooks would teach their apprentices. The hands would show the other hands. The manuscripts that we have are the rare survivors of a world where taste was ephemeral. You realize that for every recipe that was written down, dozens more simply vanished into the smoke, into the tongues, and into the forgotten hands that were stirring the forgotten pots. The sensory world of these books is vivid, even now. Just imagine flipping a page and smelling the saffron even centuries later, because the cook who wrote it last did so with his fingers stained gold. Imagine spotting the grease marks on the parchment, proof that the book sat open in a smoky kitchen, while the broth splattered across the margins. The words themselves carry the scent and the stain, the traces of meals that are long gone. Scholars still argue whether these recipes reflect the actual medieval taste or just exaggerated ideals. Did people truly crave the sugar-laden meat stews, or were these dishes just rare curiosities? Did the cooks follow the instructions exactly, or were they just improvisations that were dressed up in fine words? You lean closer to the manuscript in your imagination, feeling the pull of the uncertainty. Every single recipe is both evidence and a mystery, telling you just enough to make you hungry, but never enough to let you actually taste. As the night deepens, you leave the scriptorium, the smell of the ink and the parchment fading away. Outside, the world returns to its earthier scents: wood smoke, damp soil, and bread cooling on a shelf. But you carry with you the knowledge that medieval cooking wasn't only lived, it was also written, remembered, and preserved. The cookbooks transformed the fleeting flavors into lasting words, letting us glimpse not only what they ate, but also how they dreamed about food. And you realize something profound. In every gilded custard or almond tart recipe, there's a bridge that crosses the centuries. The scribbled words in those manuscripts let you, centuries later, taste with your imagination the strange, spiced, and colorful world of a medieval kitchen. The cooking became not just survival or spectacle, but memory itself, inked, preserved, and shared. The smell of parchment and saffron lingers faintly in your imagination as you step back out into the open night. The journey has carried you through hearths and halls, through markets and monasteries, and through fields and ships. And now, as the medieval world quiets down around you, it is time to consider what all of it has left behind. Tonight, you stand at the threshold of modernity, looking at the legacy of the medieval kitchens and how their methods still echo on our tables today. It is firmly established in culinary history that many of our staples, bread, beer, cheese, pies, and stews, took their familiar forms in the Middle Ages. The techniques may have been crude compared to our modern ovens and mixers, but the foundations were laid here. The daily pottage of the peasants, simmered endlessly over the embers, lives on in the hearty soups and stews that we still ladle out on cold evenings. The roasted meats of the noble halls have their descendants in our Sunday roasts. Even the communal act of breaking bread, so essential to village life, still shapes how we gather at our tables. One fascinating little thread is how certain medieval quirks became timeless. The communal bakehouse, for example, survives in the neighborhood bakery, where once the villagers would carry their baskets of dough to the village oven, we now stroll to our bakeries for loaves that have been baked by others. The habit of dyeing foods with saffron or herbs continues in our desire for food presentation. No longer gold leaf on swans, but colorful garnishes on our plates. The theatrical impulse has never left us. It just traded its castles for restaurants. Scholars continue to debate how much of the medieval taste we would actually enjoy today. Some argue that the heavy use of spices, the sweet and savory blends, would shock our modern palates. Others point out that dishes like spiced cider, meat pies with fruit, or almond-based desserts feel remarkably familiar. You imagine sitting down to a medieval table and finding both comfort and surprise. The pottage warm and recognizable, but the venison sweetened with sugar, leaving you puzzled. Perhaps the greatest legacy is this tension, food as both continuity and change. The sensory echoes are strong. When you taste a hunk of crusty bread, you're not far from a peasant breaking his coarse loaf. When you sip an ale, you are sharing in the daily ritual of the villagers who brewed it for their survival. A spoonful of custard links you to the monks who were savoring a rare pittance on a feast day. Every single modern meal, however ordinary, carries with it the whispers of the medieval kitchens, like voices that are heard faintly through the smoke. Oddly enough, even our fears about food can be traced back to them. Concerns about hygiene, spoilage, and fire still remain, though we now fight them with refrigerators, fire codes, and food safety laws. The dread of famine shaped their cooking, and it still echoes in the way we preserve, store, and regulate our food today. You realize that our obsession with expiration dates and refrigeration is just another chapter in humanity's long battle with rot. Another inheritance lies in the very idea of recipes. The written manuscripts of the late Middle Ages became the ancestors of our modern cookbooks. Today, you can flip open glossy pages or scroll online for precise measurements, but the DNA of those texts runs straight back to the parchment that was spattered with broth. A cook once scribbled, "Add saffron until it be enough," and now we measure out teaspoons, but the impulse to record, share, and teach remains completely unchanged. The soundscape of this legacy hums softly all around you. A modern kitchen hums with electric stoves and refrigerators, but the clatter of the knives, the hiss of the fat, and the smell of herbs frying in the pans, it's all ancient. You close your eyes and you realize that you could be in a medieval kitchen if you just stripped away all the appliances. The rhythm of chopping, stirring, and tasting hasn't altered at all. And here lies the most poignant truth. The food was always about more than just eating. In the noble halls, it was politics. In the monasteries, it was devotion. In the cottages, it was survival. In the markets, it was community. And on the roads and the ships, it was endurance. That pattern has never disappeared. We still use our meals to negotiate deals, to celebrate our faith, to survive hardship, and to gather with our loved ones. The medieval kitchen set that pattern firmly, and we are still living inside it today. One curious relic still sits on our plates: the pie. The medieval coffin, a thick crust that was used as a container more than as food, evolved into the pastry pies that we now adore. What began as a vessel for the meat became a dish in its own right. The next time you cut into an apple pie, remember that it descends from a medieval cook who was sealing venison inside a hard crust, just to preserve it. History lingers in the sweetness. Even the medieval suspicion of water has its echo. We drink bottled water, filtered and purified, just as they drank ale to avoid sickness. Their mistrust of the rivers foreshadowed our own anxieties about contamination. The story of food is also the story of fear, one that we inherit quietly. As you stand in this imagined twilight, the medieval world begins to dissolve. The smells of smoke, broth, and spice drift away, and the sounds of knives, bells, and laughter fade. You are left with the realization that cooking in medieval times was never quaint or distant. It was the groundwork of what you taste today. And so, your long, wandering narrative closes not with spectacle, but with continuity. Every loaf you eat, every soup you stir, every sip you take carries centuries in its flavor. The medieval kitchen has not vanished. It lives on quietly in your own, in every recipe you follow, in every fire you light, and in every table you gather around. And now, as the embers of this long journey burn low, you can let your breathing slow down with them. You've wandered through smoky halls and quiet gardens, through bustling markets and silent monasteries, through seas and fields, and all the way back into your own kitchen. Each place had its own smells, its own sounds, its own flavors. Together, they weave a story that is both distant and deeply familiar. You can feel the softness of the coarse bread between your fingers. You can hear the gentle simmer of a pot on the embers, and you can taste the sweetness of honey or the sharpness of ale. These small sensations, imagined across the centuries, are strangely soothing. They remind you that humans, no matter the age, found comfort in warmth, in flavor, and in the act of eating together. Let your mind soften around those images. The clatter of the feasts fades into silence, the smoke of the hearths thins into the cool air, and the bustle of the markets grows faint, as though it's drifting into your dreams. Just picture yourself sitting quietly in a cottage, the only sound being the crackle of a dying fire, the only smell being the faint trace of herbs and bread. Outside, the medieval night is dark and still, the stars scattered above the fields that have fed countless generations. And you lying here now are a part of that very same rhythm. Your meals may come from ovens and stoves instead of hearths and spits, but the thread connects you, unbroken. The cooking is memory, survival, and care all carried forward. So close your eyes, let the past settle gently in your imagination, and just drift as though you're on a quiet stream. The story has carried you far enough. Sleep comes easily now, as soft as bread, as steady as a fire, and as timeless as the taste of home.